Hello, Collie. As always, you're the first one in my Scribble, and thank you for the head pats. Hey, Lucia! Welcome! I quite like starting out, just hanging out in my library before I boot something up in my Scribble. It's kind of nice. I get to warm up a little bit. I hope everyone is doing well this evening. I've been away for a week. I needed some much needed rest and recuperation time, but I still wanted to get on and do some more streams for March, since that is Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month. So, since cerebral palsy is my main disability that may have other ways that it manifests, why not do streams and just do it my own way and enjoy hanging out with everyone. So I am very glad to see some of you here already. It's funny, like right as I got my Scribble working, of course I see that my mage hands are still doing head pats. I don't know why they decided to do that near the beginning of each and every stream, but there we go, I fixed it. So hopefully that will be the only incident of wild magic we have this evening. That would be nice, considering I had to deal with a wild magic surge earlier last week, and that's also part of the reason I had to take a little break. But I'm just hoping to have a nice, smooth cast tonight, nothing too stressful, and everything like that. So I'm probably going to start the game here shortly. I might give people a few more minutes to show up. Otherwise, I was gonna see how your weeks have been. Those of you who are in chat with me right now, I hope you've had a good couple of days. It's hard to believe we are in March now, but it's kind of good because it means that the days will get a little bit longer and we'll have some more sunlight before it gets dark in the evening. So that is a good thing. And so far, I haven't had to do constitution saves against all the blooming stuff. So far, so good. So yeah, I think I might go ahead and boot up the game. Hello there. Yes, I agree with you. The sun and having more of it is very nice. I might go ahead and just get the story into my Scribble now, since I'm pretty sure that the next chapter is probably going to take some time to get through. So let me go ahead and get that set up. Hopefully that will happen without too much of a lag in my Scribble. I think we should be good.
この大空に翼を広げて
All you lovely lords and ladies, let me know if you can see and hear everything well enough from your end. Yay! Okay, good. Good. Okay, I'm going to load. And okay. I'm hoping that this is the right save. I think it is. Let's go ahead
データをロードします
and load this. Yes. Okay. So, before we get into the story, I did want to address my reasoning behind the title of this cast tonight basically is that a bucket list. And so I have a theory, and I hope that I'm wrong, but my writer's intuition is kind of leaning in the direction that all the stuff that we saw with Kotori and her dropping out of school letter that the main male protagonist found, as well as her list of things to do that she's been checking off. I'm really hoping that that's not a bucket list. In other words, things that she wants to do before she passes away. I'm really hoping that that is not the way they go with this. Precisely because there is such a unfortunate pattern of using disabilities as tragic porn. And so I'm just I can already get the feeling that they might be using it in that way. Hello. So I'm really hoping that that's not what's going on here. I'm really hoping that it doesn't yes. It's it's basically a term within the disability community. Hello, Sister Rose. Welcome. Yes. Tragic porn or tragiporn is kind of a phrase sometimes used by the disability community to define works in culture, whether those be movies, TV, or books, comics, anything that seems to romanticize in a macabre way the inherent tragicness of disability, let's say. So it tends to be a very heart-wrenching story in which the crescending action, the climactic action has to do with the death of the disabled person, and that through the tools of narration, this is engaged with as if it's a sad and terrible thing, but unavoidable. That's what I mean when I say tragiporn, is that it's this interaction with that media in a way that is like negative, but also there's like an intense desire for it, if that makes sense. And Kali brings up a good point, like Me Before You, the film and the book is kind of a good example of this, where there is romance between a disabled man and an able-bodied woman, but basically the end result is that he dies, and it's seen as this tragic but heart-wrenching, and like, oh, it's so sad that he died, but at least he got to have love before he went. That kind of thing. So I'm with seeing these things like a bucket list and resignation from being enrolled in school. I'm kind of concerned about that. Thank you, Lucia, for hosting me. I'm kind of concerned about that. I would not be surprised if that is the way they went with this, because some people have told me that this visual novel is sad, but I am, even if I end up being right about some of the trajectory of this visual novel, I'm still going to do it. I still want to talk about it, because this is one of the main reasons I wanted to get into being a VTuber in the first place, was to be able to talk about these things even if they are uncomfortable. And Aiden says, I've never thought of anything like that. And it's true. Not a lot of people always think about things in this way, or like want to think about those things because it's not something people like to pay attention to or may even be kind of trained to pay attention to, especially because disabilities and anything that makes us different, there seems to be a thing in society where people don't want to pay attention to that as much, and we're asked to not really look at those things. So that's kind of what I try to do, and thank you for the follow. That's what I'm trying to do here, is just bring like awareness, and do so in a way that's not immediately off-putting. And Aiden says, like, I understand the concept, I've just never heard that term, and that's valid. It's not a very well-known term, and I might just be one of the few who will use something like that, but it's kind of a derivative term of another thing in the disability community called inspira porn or inspiration porn, and that's a whole nother topic, which I probably won't get into here unless it becomes relevant in the story. Let me catch up on what Rose has to say. People prefer for disabled people to remain unseen outside of when we're used for Oscar bait. Oof. Yes. I agree with that, and that's one of the things that I want to combat in my own way by being very visible with my disability, even in a fantasy sense, is to sort of overcome this unseen, unheard, we don't talk about disabled people type of thing. Like if someone who had a disability or didn't, I'd still see it as tragic, and that's, I think that that's valid too. That's absolutely valid because things are meant to be, a lot of stories are meant to be tragic, and they are meant to make you think of those things. But I guess what I'm saying is, particularly when the aspect of the tragedy centers around like the disability itself as the main motivating factor of the tragedy, that's where it becomes particularly difficult, and that's why I say I'm hoping that they don't do this, but it seems like the narration is leaning toward that. Thank you, Collie, for gifting a sub. You are very sweet. Okay, so with my little pseudo rant over, let's go ahead and get into the actual story, because we're going to be here a little while getting through this next chapter if it's anything like the previous ones. So we have Ageha. Good morning! Okay. Early in the morning, the doorbell chimed. So I went to open it. And there I saw Ageha. What are you doing here? And I actually think I'm gonna change the speed on the text briefly here. Let me just quickly do that. Thank you for your patience. I don't know how it got slowed down. Okay. I don't want it to be too fast. Okay. Whoa. Can we just go easy? Okay, just... Alright, that should... Hopefully that's better. Thank you everyone for being patient. Akuri, welcome! Welcome! Welcome. We just started. I had to fix the text speed a little bit on this. Let's hope it's not too fast. Let's hope I didn't put too much haste on it.
本当に寮母さんやってるんだ。
So you really are the dorm mother, she remarked as she saw me wearing an apron.
ここってさ、魔女の
This
館だ
place,
よね。
it's the witch's mansion.
うちの学生寮だったんだ。
It's a student dormitory for our school, huh? Ageha focused on the words student dormitory as if questioning their suitability as she gazed at the magnificent entrance. I was surprised too to think that I would become the caretaker of the place we used to sneak into when we were kids. Wait a minute. Earlier on, in I think my first cast of this game, our main man, Aoi, had a lot of difficulty finding this place. Why did he have so much difficulty finding this place if they snuck into it when they were children? I'm confused. I agree, it looks a little bit too posh for a typical student dormitory, but then again, it is a very specialized ritzy school that a lot of these students are going to. Thank you for the love, thank you. So, with that in mind, this is not the first time this, novel has had some interesting things going on with it, but we're gonna just roll on by. We're just gonna roll with this.
いいなあ。私も住みたいかも。
Curace probably had his memories altered. Maybe. If so, I would like to know where the mage was hiding out who altered his memories. In that case, I would hope it wasn't my father, because my father is known for doing that sort of thing. So Ageha says, it's nice. I think that's supposed to say, I might like to live here too.
だってさ、葵と一緒だった
If
ら
I were living
絶対
here
楽
with
しい
you,
もんね。
Aoi, it would definitely be fun. Why? So you could tease him mercilessly? Probably. Why did you come here? I asked while guessing that perhaps she had come to invite me to walk to school with her. Okay. Oh my goodness, okay. I see that I have a redeem. Thank you, Collie, for letting me know. Thank you for making sure it's highlighted. Okay, I'm gonna do it now. Okay. Ara. There you go. I am playing the main male protag right now. I am not sure if they give you an option to play someone else. It would be nice if I could play as a female. In fact, one of my favorite games that is actually a little bit more spicy and has some puzzles in it actually does allow you to choose whether you're playing as male or female. I'm not quite sure if this game allows for that or not. I'm assuming not, but don't quote Tiffy on that. I would actually have to look. That makes no sense though. What game is that? Let's just say it's it's called Honey Pop. Um, I do enjoy that game. You lot might be surprised to know that it is kind of a lewd game, yes. But I honestly just like to play it because, well, I do get to kind of go on dates as a female with other females. That's kind of cool. And also I like that I can get pretty good at solving those matching puzzles. And yes, there is sort of romantic and sexy things. There's no kind of, yes. Okay. Let me catch up. I heard of some good Women Love Women visual novels, actually. Another VTuber recommended a couple, but I forgot. If you remember what they are, Rose, I would love to possibly take a look at them. There's okay. Is it Honey Pop? Yes, it is. Yes. But as I said, there are other reasons that I enjoy that game. It's not just because it's sexy and kind of showy, although that doesn't hurt. It's mostly because it is so accessible and it does let you make choices about what you would like to play as. And I like that the gameplay of that is fairly low-key and has simpler demands on my brain space and my physical requirements. She is, after all, my number one best friend.
Oh, so that.
Oh yeah, I came to ask Kotori to come to school with me. Good luck with that. I don't know what her reaction was gonna be. I was wrong. Nothing wrong with Honey Pop. The internet loves it for the easy game design and money thinking and a slight hint of sexual desires. Yes. Hello, Wolf. Thank you for joining me. Good to see you. And Collie says, heck, even Markiplier went back to play the second one. Yes, he did. And I'm sure a lot of people have. I just get kind of nervous because, even though I've played it before, I'm not really desensitized to a lot of showy stuff. So even if I did play a little bit of it, I would probably be blushing the whole time and not really able to breathe. Yeah. Miss Alule? Why do you keep calling her that? You know her name, my guy. Do you just want to rub in the fact that she mispronounced allure?
Ryuji-san?
Who's Miss Alule? No, it's nothing. While blushing due to the misunderstanding, I looked back towards Kotori's room. Looks like she still hasn't woken up. Even if she gets up now and takes her time eating breakfast, she can still make it with time to spare.
そっか。じゃあ待たせてもらおっかな。
I see. All right, I'll wait here. Now, it's interesting that they have that little tidbit because I wasn't aware they knew her routine well enough to know that, because as a tiefling with a disability and someone who has had to navigate morning routines, things that would take a non-disabled person 5 or 10 minutes to do or less might take a person with various disabilities much more time, and that might vary day to day depending on their physical condition and other factors. So I just find it surprising that he hasn't really been here that long, and the narration says, oh yeah, she'll just be able to do this like it's nothing, and oh my. And the chat went on, and so I think, Rose, you recommended some. I love that list. I'm going to have to get it written down when I look back at this, because those seem very interesting. Kali, I don't know if you're in a position to have already started writing some of those down, but I would be interested in investigating those. And Rose says, oh, it was called Seabed. Just checking. There's a ton of Yuri visual novels there. Okay, that's cool. Thank you so much for all of that. No, you did not overload me. Don't worry. I would appreciate a personal message too. And I don't mind if you put it in chat. I'm sure there might be other people who would be curious too. Thank you so much. Thank you, Colleen, for your help. Thanks for the food. There's still some left. Sorry, but I can't eat this much so early in the morning. Oh no, that's quite the face. You're joking, right? I only gave you a little bit. Hey, sometimes some women have some pretty small stomachs. I'm just saying. And Aiden says, I've never played a visual novel. This is actually one of the first ones I've played. Since I do like reading novels, I thought this might be a good mix between gaming and reading, and also give me something low impact to do, especially on a night like tonight where I'm trying to get back into the swing of doing casts, even after being away and taking care of myself for a week. Whoa, okay, Wand, don't do that.
運動部の子でも朝からこんな山盛りのナポリタン食べないよ。
Okay. Even people in sports clubs don't eat a huge bowl of Neapolitan pasta in the morning. I don't know about all you lords and ladies, but I certainly wouldn't turn down pasta in the morning. I tend to like savory foods myself. So I would not be complaining. Besides, that would be a way to make sure that you stay full for most of the day, at least until lunchtime. Oh yeah, I guess. And Aiden says, I like reading stuff, but stuff like this, with detailed characters, and backgrounds. Yes, me too. I'm really liking this so far. So I'm glad it's something that all you lords and ladies are enjoying too. It really makes me happy. And I hope that you all enjoy me reading. I haven't done a lot of reading aloud until I started doing this visual novel, so I'm a little out of practice. So. Oh no, I skipped that. Alright, I'm gonna see if I can go back here. Oh no, I can't. Okay. How was the taste? I'm gonna try not to do that. I got focused on something and clicked the button before I read it. Apologies.
美味しかったよ。
It was tasty. Really?
うん、ほんと。量が多いから途中で飽きてきたけど。
Oh no. Yeah, really, but there wasn't a lot of it, so I got tired of eating it halfway through. Ooh. Well, but I'm sure some of us have been there. Just tired of the act of eating and chewing. I don't have that happen very often, but I have had that happen before. With good food, it tastes good no matter how much you eat.
あんたの味覚って昔っから大雑把よね。
And Aiden says, I honestly don't eat in the morning and I just wait until 4 or 5 p.m. I'm a little bit similar. I don't wait as long, but I usually have my first meal around noon. Just because my stomach's not awake really until then, and I don't really feel like eating so early, so I'm a little bit similar. Some days it's later afternoon, but I can totally understand that. You've always had an unrefined palate, haven't you? Wow, ouch. Unrefined palate, dun dun. Of course, you can't say that to a cook. That's like the worst thing you can say. The shock hit me like a bolt of lightning. I hung my head in dismay.
なんでそんなショック受けてんの？
Why are you so shocked? I think he's shocked because you're so blunt and because he's a cook. And you basically just insulted the one big thing cooks need to have. The truth is, Ageha had revealed the reason why, since yesterday, the boarders hadn't been eating my cooking properly. Okay? I thought I'd ask her opinion, which is why I made her some food and got her to eat it. It was made from leftover ingredients anyway. Well, I don't know about that. Sometimes leftovers make the best food. Kali, I'm sure you would agree with me on that. You have made some very splendid dishes for me out of kitchen leftovers.
朝から生姜焼きとかナポリタンとか果てしなく女子受けしなさそうなメニューね。
Eating things like pork fried with ginger or Neapolitan pasta in the morning, it's unlikely that girls would ever accept that kind of food. To you, you do not speak for the whole of femininity and what we might not like to shove in our mouth. I personally would love the pork and the pasta in the morning. Kali says, ye old halfling garbage plate. Yes. Except then I'd have to wonder, does that make me trash for eating it? I don't think so. I think it's a splendid use of whatever you have around the kitchen as long as it tastes good.
もっとこう爽やかなのはないの？パスタにしてもトマトソース系とか和風にするとかさ。
What about something more refreshing? If you're gonna make pasta, why not try tomato sauce or Japanese style? I'm interested to know what she means by Japanese style. Because I might like to try that. Tomato sauce has been giving this little Tiffy as of late some, indigestion. I've been feeling like a dragon a little bit who can't spit fire with all that acid, reflex that the, tomatoes seem to be giving me at this point. But I would be interested to see about that Japanese style. I wonder if it's just Japanese flavorings, maybe like miso. Who knows? I think it'd be interesting. I might have to research that. Also, I like how we're just continuing on with the morning and nobody's bothering to go check on Kotori. That really bugs me. I'm just gonna say that now. It's fine if she's independent, that's cool, I get that. But as someone with disabilities myself and someone who does use an arcane assist device to get around, for me, it's very nice that I have people like Kali and some of the other servants around the keep coming to check up on me in the morning, even if I can do some things myself. It's just a nice little, hey, princess, we remember that you're here, and we remember that sometimes you need support, and we just thought we'd check up on you. I really wish this visual novel would actually do that. It makes me a little bit anxious, to be quite honest with you. Cooking for girls is so difficult. I would say cooking for this girl is probably difficult, because she seems picky. I like to think that I'm fairly easy to please. I'd love to do that, but time sucks. Aiden, it's the thought that counts. And that's very sweet of you. Boy or girl, we're all human. Tasty is tasty. That's what I believed. Yeah, a lot more relaxing with the others than Kotori, despite her being the centerpiece. Yes, and that's kind of the other thing, is that I would really like her to be more upfront, especially if they're gonna build up this, oh no, she has a bucket list. She has a resignation letter from school kind of thing. I would kind of hope that maybe that would become like the main driving force for the new chapter, but whoa, Wand, settle down. Honestly, if you're from Ireland, you aren't picky. Like, if you are served sprouts, you're ecstatic. Like in my life, I've never found a Irish person that didn't like potatoes. And I think that's a fair observation. I think that definitely where you're from and kind of what your life experience is really defines your relationship with food, and not only that, with how you relate to certain ingredients that may be more available versus anything else. And I think it's just interesting how other cultures tend to have like the privilege of picky eating, and like other cultures really don't, because they have like set things that only they can access, or sometimes just getting food on the table is a struggle. So I think that that's a fair and meaningful observation. And Aiden says, in general, I've never seen... Okay, I already read that. Okay. Just as I was seriously troubled by this, I heard the squeaking of turning wheels coming from down the hallway. Yes! Oh no, she looks a little tired. First, Hat the duck came into the dining hall, then Kotori came in after him. It's the opposite to usual. Oh, she looks exhausted. She looks fed up. Who knows, maybe all that ice cream from yesterday is catching up on her. Why do I have to... Kotori rubbed her sleepy eyes and started preparing Hat's food. It somehow looked as if the hungry Hat had woken her up. Okay, so he is very much like an assist animal. Because she's responsible for feeding him, and I'm sure that's part of their bond. It makes me wonder what he eats.
さあ、たらふく食って太りなさい。そのうち私があんたを食べてやるんだから。
Oh no! That's horrible! That's horrible! Kotori says, there, eat your fill and get nice and fat. Sooner or later, I'm gonna eat you. Oh dear. Well, so much for the sweet and tender assist animal, we work great together dialogue I was going for. I know, it's so cute. I can't think about eating it. And I'm gonna get back to what's happening in chat here. And Collie says, oh no, the comf is strong. Yes, it's very strong. And Aiden says, like our spuds are different to Americans, because I was told that some would put potatoes in a microwave, which is super weird to me. But whatever people do with them, I have never really put a potato in a machine like that unless it was already previously cooked, you know, in like an oven or something like that, or on the stove top, or in some water or something. Oh, Dapper Duck. Did you make the mini you in the corner? No, I didn't. Actually, a good friend of mine and a talented artist named Yerver actually made it for me. And I love that little pixel art of myself. It's one of my favorite things, and I don't think I'm ever gonna take it off. They have done a lot of great pixel art. If, Collie, if you wouldn't mind grabbing at least their Twitter handle, maybe it could be in the chat in case you want to check them out. I don't know if they're doing commissions at the moment, but they are phenomenal to work with, and I'm so happy with that pixel art that they made for me. It's just, I don't think I'm ever gonna get tired of it. Quack. Oh, he's so cute. Not understanding her words, Hat quacks happily as Kotori speaks to him and eats his food. Wait. No. Wait. I get that they're trying to make this little moment kind of cutesy, but hold on. So in previous parts of this novel, Hat has understood what is being said to him. So much so that he understands complex directions and some other complex ideas, at least enough to respond to them. So, I'd say that's kind of inconsistent. Or they're forcing him to pretend like he's not responding to that. And let me see. Aiden says, I should eventually get around to drawing you because I found my drawing tablet. That would be sweet of you. I found them. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. They are really amazing. It's a dog. How cute. Why are we surprised to see her? I guess we weren't paying attention. Huh? Kotori notices that Ageha is here and instantly opens her eyes. Okay, well, I guess she must have been too tired.
これコールダックだよね。テレビの CM で見たことある。ハバネさんが飼ってるの？
This is a pet duck, isn't it? I've seen one in a TV commercial. Is it yours, Kotori? Yeah, Ageha is new to this place. So I guess that might explain her surprise, but still, it's not like she was hiding. But oh well. Also, I like our outfit today. It's very nice. It goes very nicely with our wheelchair. I like it.
私の部屋に勝手に住み着いてるだけよ。あなた、ここで何してるの？
He just decided to live in my room, that's all. Why are you here?
ハバネさん、最近ずっと休んでるから。
You've been off school for too long. I came to see how you are. Do you feel better now?
先生にでも頼まれたのかしら？
The teacher or someone asked you to do this, didn't they?
そういうんじゃないけど、ねえ、一緒に学校行かない？
No, they didn't actually. Hey, shall we go to school together? I'm not gonna be surprised if she says no. And Aiden says, I used to own a pet duck. Oh, that is so neat. They are cute. I bet they are.
誰があんたなんかと。
Ooh, who'd wanna go with you? Ouch. Kotori gave a humph and made another one of those straight faces she's so good at. Oh.
でも、あんまり休むと授業とか遅れちゃうし。
But if you take too much time off, you'll get behind in the lessons. I don't think Kotori cares.
あなたには関係ないでしょ？
I don't think it has anything to do with you. Ooh. Well, she's right. She's right. I mean, I know Ageha cares about her, but Kotori is right. Her decisions don't really have anything to do with her. And especially if she doesn't feel like going or doesn't feel like going into why she hasn't been going, I can understand that. I think sometimes for me, there are just moments where I would prefer people just let me be and let me be my own Tiefy self and not feel like I have to answer to anyone. So I actually kind of like the attitude they're giving her here, just because it kind of goes against this idea that people with disabilities have to be continually forthcoming with information or answer any and all questions posed to them. And Aiden says, I want to get one again, but housing conditions aren't the best place at the moment. And I completely understand that too, and I'm kind of in the same place with thinking about getting my own familiar or animal companions. I used to have more animals around me than I do now, but because of things that I'm having to focus on to manage more of my health and kind of the surroundings in the keep and just a lot of the changes that have happened recently, I've been waiting to introduce an animal companion as well, so I feel like I can identify with that at least a little bit.
そうなんだけどね。そうだよね。ごめん。
Well, that's true. You're right. I'm sorry.
誰も今日休むなんて言ってないじゃない。
Who said I was taking a day off today? Well, I don't think you're wearing your school uniform. But I don't know. That could be part of it. At least one more other than your pseudo dragon. Yes, correct. I do have my little pseudo dragon. She mostly just helps me with taking down dictation and writing things and with all the various communications I have to do. So she is kind of an assist dragon, but she has a lot more utility, in that way.
勘違いしないでね。あなたに言われたから行くわけじゃないのよ。
Don't get the wrong idea. The reason I'm going isn't just because you asked me to. Baka, I'm sorry. I felt like I had to do it. Oh no. And Kaz says, "Aw, yeah. Speaking of my pseudo dragon, I will be having a very special piece of artwork that I'm hoping to show all of you lords and ladies fairly soon here. And actually that pseudo dragon is a part of that artwork, along with some other faces that I'm sure people have been wanting to see for a while."
じゃあ待ってるね。
Okay then. Alright, I'll wait for you.
誰があなたと一緒に行くって言ったのよ。
Oh no.
私は一人で登校します。
Well, I don't blame her for that either. I personally like my own quiet time and my own space. And so if I were able to travel out more of the time on my own, I would probably feel the same way that Kotori does. Where she's like, I'm gonna go, but I never said I was gonna go with you. I'm gonna go by myself. Whoa, Wand, calm down. Okay. Lucia says, I'm gonna take my leave. Enjoy the visual novel. Alrighty, I will do. You enjoy the rest of your night. Thank you for hanging out with me. Kotori said with a straight face, then turned her wheelchair around. Just as she was about to leave, she stopped the wheelchair and turned around.
あなたたち、知
You
り合いな
two,
の？
do you know each other? Yeah, we're childhood friends.
ふん、バ
Hmm,
カみたい。
what a pair of idiots. Wow, that's what it looks like when you have vicious mockery on main. Which, I like it. It looks like she has even more of a bad attitude this morning. You know, that's another thing. People with disabilities often get labeled as having bad attitudes. When really they're allowed to have good days and bad days just like everyone else. And her bad attitude might just be the only way that she can cope right now. But that also kind of fits into this belief about people with disabilities. A lot of the times that they're like childish and that basically they have moods like children and that their bad attitudes are like their worst disability. And that's what this kind of brings up for me. As anyone else could have like a bad day, any one of these other girls could have a bad day and it would probably just be labeled as that, a bad day. But it's a very specific choice to bring in attitude. And I would know because my father does that to me all the time. He wants to boil things down to, well, your attitude is just bad. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, what if it's more than that? What if I'm coping with physical pain? What if I'm coping with emotional pain? What if I've spent the last 5 hours trying to direct people to handle things in a certain way and it's not working out? Like, there are a bunch of other things that could be going on in a person's life with a disability that they have every right to be upset about and not have it boil down to, well, your attitude's just horrible. However, she did say that she was going to go to school. They're gonna keep hammering in on that, aren't they? After tidying up the breakfast things, I left the dormitory with Ageha. And I see a redeem here. Hydrate. I am going to go ahead and do that really quickly. Thank you, Kaz. On our way to school, somehow our conversation turned to Kotori. Of course it did. How could it not? Well, my school does that when I'm in an awful mood. They've said it so much, I've just ignored them saying it. And I'm really starting to hear that, but it doesn't really surprise me. I feel like a lot of people with various things that they're struggling with, whether that's mental, physical, emotional, I think it's just, I think it's just easy for those people to label other people as problems and then they have a bad attitude and then write off any sort of personal or social responsibility to the environment or other factors that may be contributing to that. Kaz says, hydrate or dihydrate. Hydrate, definitely. No dying here. Is there a reason why Kotori stopped coming to school? Yeah, I guess there is.
ハバネさんって足が不自由でしょ？ 2年で一緒のクラスになった時、そのせいで浮いてるような感じしたから。
Kotori has a walking disability, right? Yes. When we joined the same class in the second grade, it seemed like she wasn't really into it. I'm not surprised. She probably didn't like all the attention she was getting from people. I wouldn't be surprised if she was the only person in her class who used an assist device.
時々話しかけるようにしてたんだ。
Sometimes I would speak to her. Good? Did you just do that out of a feeling of social responsibility or because you really cared? Because there's a difference. That's so like Ageha to worry about that sort of thing. If there are any people who don't really fit in to the group or are left out, she won't just ignore them. Which is good. I'm not gonna say I'm trying to bash on her for this. You know, because it is important for people with physical and mental, emotional disabilities, any kind of thing like that. It's important for them to feel like genuinely welcomed. So if Ageha is genuinely doing this, I think it's a good thing. I just wouldn't want her doing this to be like, oh, look at me, I'm being so nice because I'm talking to the girl in the wheelchair, because otherwise she has no one talking to her all day. In the past, that's why I started to play with Mabo. So it could have been for the same reason. Everyone needs a friend, says Kali. Yes. Agreed. Everyone does, legitimately.
けどハバネさんはあの調子でつっけんどんっていうか馴染む気がないみたいなんだよね。
But for Kotori to be like that, to put it bluntly, it seems like she doesn't really want to fit in. That's an interesting assessment because I don't think an able-bodied person, in my opinion, can make a decision or make a judgment call about what fitting in would even look like. I think that if Kotori is resisting fitting in, it may be that she's just resisting treating her disability like it doesn't exist, or that it's something that shouldn't be talked about, or something that should be carefully managed. I've said before that her name, I think it might mean something to the equivalent of little bird or baby bird in Japanese, and so like a little baby bird, I think that she might have also not wanted to be in school because of everybody treating her like super fragile, and basically wanting to include her but at the same time exclude the disability. I know that sounds weird, but it does happen. So the reason Kotori might not want to assimilate is just because she feels like it's foolish. She feels like they just want me to fit in so I'm like everybody else, and so that I have to pretend that there's nothing different about me or that I'm not struggling with anything. That would be my concern with Ageha saying, like, she doesn't want to fit in, as if that's a bad thing. And Aiden says, like, that just sounded like a dumb question to ask someone. Yeah. I think there are certainly questions that even if you want answers to them, sometimes it's better not to ask, or if you're gonna ask, like, be okay with whatever answer they give you. And Collie says, or it can still be related to that supposed bucket list. That could be too. In fact, I'm curious to see if anything about that is going to come up in this conversation at all. Because this would be a good time for it. Yeah, I can imagine that somehow.
そんな私とハバネさんのこと見てたクラスの子らがついに怒っちゃって、ハバネさんに物申したのが始まり。
What? What the goddess? Okay, I don't understand this. When the other girls in the class saw me with Kotori like that, they'd get angry. That's when they started to object to Kotori. Why? Why? Are they jealous? Okay. I legitimately don't understand. わかんない。
クラスの女子 vs ハバネさんの大喧嘩になっちゃって。
Well, okay, Ageha, I think you answered your own question. If I felt like I was in a class at the university in New Nightingale, and I felt like the whole class was against me, I probably wouldn't want to go to school either. Why? What do they have to go to battle for? It became a big battle of the girls in the class versus Kotori. Well, I don't get it. When she reminded herself of what happened back then, she wearily slouched forward. Like I said, she answered her own question. Ageha is cheerful and has many friends. Kotori, who didn't respond to Ageha's concerns about her, might have been seen as the one in the wrong by those around them. Okay, I think I know Okay, let me just lay this out. Based on this, here's what I think. And this is why I really don't like it. I think what they're implying here is that the rest of the girls in the class expected Kotori to be nice and humble and sweet and non-combative when Ageha came up to her and was like, hey, I see that you have a disability, I see that you're struggling, and I see that you don't have anyone to talk to, yada yada yada. I think the girls got mad at Kotori because she didn't respond to Ageha the way they expect her to respond, which is with graciousness and sweetness and demure behavior. So I think it's because the girls expected Kotori to behave toward Ageha like, oh, thank you for taking pity on me, thank you for talking to me. Because she more than likely did not respond that way and instead said, quit talking to me, I don't need your pity, get out of my face. And she probably said, I don't need you to come over and talk to me just to make yourself feel better. If Kotori said something like that, that's probably why the rest of the girls in class hated on her, because she dared to have, I don't know, a quote attitude, or more like, I don't want you just coming over to be friends with me to make you into like this good person who gets a gold star because they go and talk to the disabled kid in class. So it just seems that because of this societal expectation of Kotori's politeness and thankfulness to be included, because she refused to fit that mold and fit that expectation, the rest of the class shunned her. And I would say they continue to do so. In fact, I would say most of them are probably happy that she's not in class, because she doesn't fit this ideal of whatever a person with a disability is supposed to be, but more specifically, a woman with a disability, and even more than that in Japan. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in that one sentence. But it's not just in cultures like Japan either. It's everywhere. I experience it in my realm. I've seen it in many different places in your world. It seems to be pervasive that there are unreasonable expectations for people with disabilities to continue to accept unwanted concerns or unwanted advances on their space or their choices, or to have an only positive response to something, no matter what that something is. That unlike other demographics, we are not allowed to be negative, we are not allowed to have a bad day, we are not allowed to have boundaries and things that make us angry. But other people are allowed to get angry over us not fitting into their definitions, apparently. Since then, she stopped coming to school. Yes. Who wouldn't? I mean, if any able-bodied person were just straight up ostracized by their entire class, I think you would stop coming to school too.
そういうこと。
That's right.
いやー、あの時のハバネさんすごかったよ。クラスの女子全員を向こうに回して全然負けてなかったね。
Nice. You know, back then, Kotori was amazing. She faced up to all those girls in the class and didn't back down. Sounds like my kind of woman right there. However, if that's the case, why was this such a mystery to you? And so, did you do anything to back her up? Because if she defended herself and people got even more angry at her for defending herself, then this is just a mess. And this is why we need able-bodied allies, unfortunately, at times to be like, back off, you're being unfair, and you're holding her to this like standard that you wouldn't hold anyone else to, and she's in a lose-lose situation. Ugh, it's frustrating. And Aiden says, yeah, that's why I see COVID as a blessing, because I didn't have to deal with problems like that anymore. And I actually agree with you. Having the plague around has actually been a blessing, because I haven't had to deal with a lot of the toxic elements in my sphere that up until that point I had to deal with. It's okay, Aiden, I knew what you meant. But I agree with you. I think that this time of quarantine has allowed a lot of people to just take themselves out of these toxic things that in any other circumstance they wouldn't have the way to get away from. And Kali says, except your father. Yes, unfortunately, it has meant that I have to spend more time at the library and at the keep, where I have to deal with him. But in also a good way, it's allowed me to learn some ways to carve out a bit of my own space and my own time, so I actually have my own bit of privacy, at least a bit more than I used to. So that is kind of a bonus. And that I have you now, Kali, and of course my mother, and a lot of those other people who also help make sure that I have space to myself. Which is good for all people with disabilities, by the way. They need their own space and their autonomy, so I'm glad they're at least trying to give some of that to Kotori. But I really wish that they would start bringing her in and asking her what's wrong, instead of like talking about her without her. Like, I know some of that's gonna be unavoidable, but I really do hope we get a lot of what's going on from her at some point, rather than individuals talking about it, even if they do have some first-hand experience. I can't be bothered if no one is there to ignore me or try to put me down. Yes. And that is a good thing. Yeah, and in my opinion, you don't need people around you who are going to ignore what you say or put you down. Not at all. Not at all. And if I were there and could do something about it, believe me, I would. Most things I can tolerate, but people being put down and being ignored lights me on fire. I really don't like that when I see it happening to people. Ageha is waving her arms around like someone from a kung fu movie and passionately tells the story. I decide not to ask her what kind of heroic deeds took place or for any specific details. Well, that's kind of weird. Does that mean you're gonna actually ask Kotori what she thinks? Well, I didn't expect that. Even just by saying something in a slightly harsh way, she gets all tearful. Who? His childhood friend, I'm assuming? I don't know. I'm a little confused.
なんでハバネさん、うちの学校に来たんだろう。
Why did Kotori come to our school? What do you mean? Why? She's intelligent. She probably wants to build things. Who knows? Maybe she wants to make some upgrades to her wheelchair. I didn't think that was unfathomable. Plus, the access is good. Why wouldn't she? Most schools don't have to have that level of access. Especially if you're in a small town. But a lot of able-bodied people don't have to think about access. I certainly would. That would definitely be the deciding factor. If I were in her position and looking for more education, absolutely accessibility is a huge, huge deciding factor.
だって授業も全然楽しそうじゃないし、友達も作ろうとしないし。
You know, she doesn't enjoy the lessons and doesn't try to make any friends. Okay, first of all, how do you know that she's not enjoying the lessons? You can't read her mind, can you? She might be enjoying them, but she might be under enough stress from other things going on in her life, like, I don't know, her physical condition, that it might be making her too exhausted to perform the way you think that she should, or whatever enjoyment looks like to you. Also, how are you going to fault her for not trying to make any friends? Also, Kali, correct. It could be family pressure too. Who knows? Her family, if they're anything like my father, could be putting so much pressure on her about this or that or the other thing that she can't really enjoy it for herself. But my goddess, don't sit there and guilt trip her and bash on her and be like, oh, she doesn't enjoy the lessons, she's some kind of delinquent or something. Why should she try to make friends? If everyone's gonna lambaste her for being too sour and not enough sweet, like, why should she bother? Like, she wasn't even trying to have issues with people and they ganged up on her. And this is what I mean too. This right here is a perfect example of what I have experienced, and it's this sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't hexed mess of being a disabled person. Because on one hand, people feel sorry for you and they accept the fact that, you know, you're different and that you've had some bad experiences, but at the same time, then they want to blame you and look to you and be like, well, if you don't have friends and if you're not making progress in school, it's your fault. So it's kind of like no matter what she would do, no matter what Kotori tried to do, somebody would always be there to blame her and be like, you're either not doing enough, or the fact of your life experiences and the way that you were born is unfortunate, and people are just going to treat you that way. And Kaz says, this doesn't seem like a good start. No, it doesn't. And Kali says, yeah, they really flipped the dialogue compared to the beginning of the story. I am nervous for this game. I am too. I'm not gonna lie. The only reason I could think of is that it might be because it has full disabled access. What did I just say? That is a big reason, but not the only reason. Also, in order to get into that school, she had to demonstrate a certain amount of grades and prowess and things with academics. So can we not overlook that? She might have had other reasons Or like Kali pointed out, her parents might have had other reasons. In fact, that could be the main reason. It is an engineering school after all. Yes, it is. So if any modern building were to have premium disability access, it would be that kind of school. Particularly if it's in kind of what looks to me like a pretty well built up area too. They definitely have the money. Actually, I would be a good example in this case. Yes, you would be. Sheesh, I've gotta do something about this. Less my character and more IRL. Yes, this is true. IRL, you did have some pressure to get into engineering and that kind of thing with your own parents. So yes, you would have a connection with it in that way. And so if you want to share more about that, you can. If not, I won't go into detail. But which part are you thinking you need to do something about, girly? I think the only thing you need to be doing something about is the other students. It's the other students who need to be taught not to be so cruel and everything. Not Kotori that needs to be lectured about how dare you skip class. Okay, and I see the redeem here from Kaz. Head pats and wiggles. I'm gonna go ahead and do one. Okay, so summoning my mage hand. Boop. And then doing my wigglies here. Wiggle, wiggle, Tiefy wiggles. I hope everything worked. I'm going to make invisible my mage hand. And hopefully that went over well. Kali says, my father wanted me to go into engineering, and while I liked the idea, I didn't really grasp the classes, so I ultimately ended up having to switch majors, but not the extreme of leaving college, which is good. And I think that just goes to show everyone's brains are wired differently, and that we have to choose whether we're gonna work through those kinds of courses, even though it's difficult for us, or you choose a course correction as a form of accessibility to be okay, if my brain's not really outfitted for this and I don't have the passion or the will to see myself through it, then maybe I need to change direction. Kaz, I see that. That blush. Oh my goodness. Whoa, wand, hello. Looking at Ageha from the side as she puts her hands behind her head and starts thinking things over, I remember the withdrawal notice that I picked up last night. Okay. I was wondering when they were going to bring that up. On the spur of the moment, I decided not to give it back and acted like I knew nothing about it. Let me guess, are you going to turn it over to her now? If you do that, that's going to be a huge betrayal. And if that happens, I would not be surprised if there's going to be this whole scene where these guys feel like they have the right to be her parents. These gal and guy here have the right to be her parents, and they're going to say, Kotori, how dare you? How dare you try to withdraw from school? Tisk, tisk, tisk. I really hope this doesn't happen, and if it does, I hope she loses her crap on them. I really do. Is she really planning to drop out? Yes. Why wouldn't she? She's not able to make friends. She might not be able to do the schoolwork the way that she wants or needs to. It may not be a priority, like I said, and like Kali mentioned, there is this looming aura of a bucket list. It somehow felt like I had picked some heavy piece of lost property. What do you mean somehow? You did. It's her resignation letter. It's a heavy thing. Okay. It's a mystery, guys. Yes, this is what happens when your int score is not the best. And you are not able to put things together unless they are right on top of you. The two of us both made troubled faces as we walked. Murmur, murmur, murmur. A quiet, strange commotion surrounded us. Let me guess. It's Kotori. Because anytime a person with a disability shows back up after not being somewhere for a while, they're the talk of the town. Most of the other students around us, on their way to school, were looking in the same direction. Over there was ... No? What? Okay. A tall, slender, beautiful girl walking along. Okay. At this point, I would have preferred Kotori rolling up. Oh, it's her. It was the girl I met in the garage. Everyone was looking at her with curiosity, but it seemed that she hadn't noticed that other people were looking at her. Yeah, because she's probably got her mind on other things. You know, not constantly thinking, oh my goddess, I'm a full-bloomed woman. Yeah. She's probably got some other schematics on her mind. I was looking at her in the same way as everyone else, but Ageha took the way I was looking in the wrong way. Of course she did.
ほほう、さすがお目が高い。
And we're just legitimizing this? Ho ho, as I thought, you have high standards. Mm-hmm.
あの人はうちの学校の超有名人にして超留年生、望月あまね先輩よ。
Okay. That girl is really famous in our school, the super repeat student, Senior Amane Mochizuki. Super repeat student? Yes, because she probably has to repeat classes. Oh gods, is that boyfriend head turn meme? Yes, it is.
そう、もう何年も留年してるんだって。
Yeah, she's repeated the same school year several times. Alrighty then. Ah! Ouch! Is she that stupid? Grimace face. She doesn't look it though. Oh.
どっちかっていうと天才？
Oh boy. If I had to say one way or the other, I'd say she's a genius.
成績トップとかそういう次元じゃなくて、先生ももう教えることは何もないっていうか、たまに教えてもらいに行ってるとかなんとか。
It's way beyond the level of her having the best scores or anything like that. Rather, the teacher have nothing more to teach her. In fact, they sometimes go to learn from her, it seems. Fair? But why is she repeating classes then? Is she just too bored to do the schoolwork? You know, because it's too easy or something, and therefore because she won't do the schoolwork, they won't graduate her on to the next year? I'm confused. Cleverer than the teachers. Does our school really deal in such specialized fields?
それなのになぜか卒業せず学校に居座ってるの。計画的に単位を落としてわざと留年してるんだって。
Okay. Well, this kind of sounds like someone my father told me about at the academy who simply didn't want to graduate because he loved being at the school so much. He would just find a way to keep failing, or in this case, keep not accepting credits, so that he'd have to keep repeating the same class in the same year for a number of years. So it may just be that she's so comfortable here that she doesn't want to leave. Despite that, she doesn't graduate and stays in school. She plans out ways to drop credits and intentionally repeats the year.
本来規則で認められているよりも余分に留年してるから超留年生。
Originally, she was repeating the year for more times than the school rules allow, so that's why she's a super repeat student. Wait, just how many times has she repeated whatever year she's in? And if she's going over what the school allows, why don't they just stop her? I mean, even the Academy in Nightingale has hard and fast, ironclad rules about what's gonna be acceptable to keep your enrollment. If it goes against their allotted times you can repeat something, why don't they just stop it? I don't know.
けど珍しいな。朝の通学路で見かけるなんて。
But it's strange to see her on her way to school in the morning. I don't know if she's a genius or not, but she definitely seems like a pretty weird person. Yeah, this school also seems kind of weird, too. I don't know what to make of that. Then, abruptly, super repeat student senior Amane Mochizuki stopped walking and looked at the sky. Probably because she's building that plane or that glider. Everyone else mimicked her and looked up too. A jet plane flying through the blue sky, pulling its vapor trail along behind it. Wow. Everyone soon realized it was a plane and quickly lost interest and started walking again. However, Amane kept on standing there looking up at the plane flying high in the sky. When people came from behind and avoided her like she was in their way, she didn't pay any attention to them either.
行こ
Let's go. Sure. Kotori arrived just as our morning homeroom class finished.
う。遅くなりました。
Sorry I'm late.
幅ね、もう体調
Kotori,
の
do you
方は
feel
いいの
better
か
now?
はい、おかげさまで。
Yes, thankfully.
そうか、心配してたんだぞ。
I see. I was worried about you. Kotori went past the homeroom teacher, who seemed bewildered that she had come back to school all of a sudden, then, still in her wheelchair, arrived at her desk. Of course she did. She's not going to get out of it to go sit at her desk, not when these are so wonderfully roll under. The desk right at the front was the only one that didn't have a chair. I guess that works too. You could always move a chair. But, you know, if she wants to be at the front of the class, that's fine too. Everyone looked on, puzzled.
私は動物園の動物じゃないわ。
Yes! You go, girl. I'm not an animal in a zoo. Now that Kotori was in school, she started her cool allure routine again. I think he means like aloof. I don't know. She concentrated during the lesson and answered the teacher's questions easily when asked. It seems like her grades in regular subjects are top class. Yes. Which is why for Ageha to make the assumption that she doesn't like the courses and all those other things are not her business to be making proclamations over. During recess, she sat at her desk reading a book or going off somewhere. Well, she can't do both. But, you know, maybe she has to go to the bathroom. I mean, it's not necessarily that she has to be doing something mysterious or that she might be sneaking off campus. Maybe she just has to take a bathroom break. She didn't try to talk to anyone, and even if Ageha tried to speak to her, she acted like she hadn't noticed. Again, I don't blame her. She's probably very stressed out. And she's probably dealing with a lot of bad feelings right now. Especially if before she got ganged up on and people didn't like the reaction she had to people just walking up and talking to her. I don't blame her. She probably doesn't want to talk to anybody. The other girls in the class looked like they were worried about how they should treat her and watched her from a distance. Okay. So Kotori really is in a bad way because if the students aren't ganging up on her and being and having a problem with her aloofness, then they're being skittish around her and not really sure how to act either. Which is just going to make things even more awkward for Kotori. And no wonder she doesn't want to go to school. She probably doesn't want to have to deal with people staring at her like she is an animal in a zoo. And or being so weirded out by her presence that she doesn't have anyone to talk to anyway. During gym class, the way she looked on bored left an impression on me. She might not have been bored. She might have been depressed. She might have just been sitting there being like, well, I don't see why I should participate. You know, because if no one's going out of their way to, like, engage her in some kind of physical activity, however she's able to, like, why, how could she not be bored? You know, and so having access to school is one thing. Having people who are intelligent and present enough to include you in school activities is a whole nother thing. And no amount of ramps or elevators or accessible bathrooms will make up for that. You really need to have teachers and faculty who can use their brain and their heart to come up with ways to engage you. Otherwise, you are just going to be left out. She always looked like she was all alone and didn't seem to be enjoying herself. Hey, Kotori! Eek! Yes? At lunchtime, I found Kotori carrying her bag, about to leave the classroom, and I chased her down the hallway. Komi-san in a chair. That would be kind of a cool idea. I'm glad you bring up Komi. Because that I think I've mentioned before on casts, but Komi Can't Communicate is another manga that I would love to be able to read and kind of look at from a disability perspective, because she does kind of have her own like disabilities, and she is kind of like Kotori here, who has trouble socializing. But it's funny that you bring that up, because even Komi, from what I've seen, is given a lot more sweetness and a lot more patience than Kotori seems to be getting right now. Mostly because I think people accept that Komi like is really struggling with things, but she's trying to better herself. Whereas I think, unfortunately, people have labeled Kotori as she's just being obstinate and she's making no attempts to be more amicable, which is not nice. And that's kind of a good example of how the way people treat you can make a huge difference in how you're able to blossom and take advantage of an environment or not. Because if Komi didn't have the main guy that she has rooting for her and being patient and like not judging her, which I actually do know from reading at least the first little bit of the first book, there's a lot more compassion and a lot more leeway that I'm not seeing them give Kotori right now. It's lunchtime, you know? What are you doing? Whoosh! That's right. She doesn't have to answer to you. Plus, Komi's desire to make friends has a desire to make friends, but has a hard time doing so. And Kaz says, it's been fun, but I must skedaddle. I wish you sweet dreams and a good night. Thank you so much, Kaz. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I will definitely enjoy myself for the rest of this stream. I hope to see you again soon. Suddenly, Kotori dashed away at an unbelievable speed. What? Hey! In the heat of the moment, I tried to chase her, but I thought I would bump into passing students, and I was too slow to start moving. Thank you, Collie, for gifting that sub to Kaz. Thank you very much. In the meantime, Kotori had already gotten inside the elevator. According to the school rules, most students are not allowed to use the elevator. Well, good. It should really only be reserved for the people like Kotori who need it. It was only supposed to be used by workers or teachers carrying big loads or disabled students like Kotori. Even so, I chased after her, only for the doors to close mercilessly in front of me. I don't feel bad for you. She wants her own space. Leave her alone. Bleh! Through the glass, the one with the self-proclaimed cool allure stuck her tongue out and headed to the floor below as I stood and watched. Dot, dot, dot. You're not getting away. Oh. Well, we'll see about that. Thank you, Collie. Huff, puff, puff, puff. I should probably actually just voice act that instead of reading it. I ran and made it to the school gates. What? She was going below a floor. Is that you? Okay. I guess maybe she's planning to get onto the school grounds? Maybe? I don't know. She was holding her bag. It seemed like she was trying to leave early, so I went to cut her off. Dude! You are not her dad. Knock that off. If she wants to leave because she's tired of dealing with people, let her leave. I hope she runs you over. I honestly do. However, I can't deny the possibility that her lunch is in the bag. Okay, but what does that have to do with you then being like, oh, I'm going to stop her from leaving? Maybe I got the wrong idea. Owie, you make my head hurt. I don't know which of your ideas you're going with here. If that's not it, then what could be the problem? I don't know. Maybe the fact that she feels ostracized all day. The fact that people won't quit staring at her. Maybe she's in some physical pain. Maybe she doesn't feel good. Maybe she's got other things on her mind. And I don't know, maybe she's about to talk about getting out of school permanently with one of the teachers. I don't know. You gave plenty of reasons why she looked so grumpy, and I gave you plenty of reasons why that made sense. I watched over the school gates like some guardian statue. Wow, I feel like I'm getting to meet my father when he was my age. Lovely. Just lovely. Okay. BAM! I was crashed into by something in the back. In other words, from outside the school gates. Okay? I hope it was Kotori. Arg!
わ
No. Girl's voice. Wow! I'm a ditz! Alright. Ouch, what was that? I got up and felt like I was crawling out from underneath an avalanche. Then I saw a big cardboard box and a girl who had fallen over. Are you okay? Oh no. Collie, why? Nanaka crash. He got hit by the girl on the bike. Why? I actually know what little game you're referencing there. I actually do know. Ow, ow, ow,
大
ow.
丈夫。
I'm okay.
すまない。荷
Oh,
物で前が見えなくて。
okay. Why didn't we just call her Amane from the start? I'm sorry, but I couldn't see ahead of me because of this box I was carrying. And also, main protagonist guy, I don't care about you because I didn't even see you when you were in the same room staring at me for 15 minutes. So I probably wouldn't have seen you anyway. Teehee. There, I fixed your dialogue. Oh. I looked at her as I got up and without thinking, I thought I was gonna say the super repeat student, but I held my tongue.
君こそどこ
How
も怪
about
我はない
you?
か
You're not hurt, are you? I'm alright. He got sent flying. Yes, he did.
そうか。よかった。
I hope he got some extra points. I see. That's good. Also, I just really don't like the fact that she has such a nice name like Amane. I much prefer the Amane in Strawberry Panic to this. And that's all I can think of anytime I read that name. And she says that the repeating super senior holds onto the big cardboard box. I'm surprised nothing spilled out of it. Collie says, oh gosh, Aoi, don't say things that are gonna get you murdered, Lucy style. Exactly. Exactly, but it seems like this main male protagonist might have a short life if he doesn't learn that lesson quickly.
よっと。
Hup. Oh no, not again! My stomach! She went to lift it up, but then Senior Amane Mochizuki slumped down, exhausted.
空腹による一時的なパフォ
Due
ー
to
マ
an
ンスの
empty stomach, my short-term performance has been significantly reduced. I'll help you carry it. Huh? It's so heavy. It's probably more parts for that glider in the garage. The big cardboard box is incredibly heavy.
いいんだ。自分
It's
で
fine,
運
I
べる
can
から。
carry it by myself. Come on, it's not a big deal. Or it's no big deal. I said as I went to pick up it anyway. Phew, thanks. Is this okay here? I don't know what's in it, but we put the heavy cardboard box on the floor. Huh. And Collie says, now that's like one of your cousins for sure. Yes, surprisingly strong. Although, unlike any of my cousins, they both would remember to eat. In fact, it would be horrendous if either of them were even to consider skipping a meal, let alone eating light. They can pack away food like no tomorrow.
悪いな、手伝ってもらって。
Sorry about that. Thanks for helping. It's alright. Anyway, Senior, if you're hungry, are we gonna give her some more melon bread? She was staring toward the inside of the garage. Senior? I find myself copying her and looking in the same direction. As I said, I think the box's stuff has to do with that glider. Maybe more parts. Surprisingly strong. Yes, that too. Both of them actually have pretty good strength. But, particularly one of my cousins who enjoys working in the forge now, she is very strong. My other cousin is too, but it's just different with her. She has a way of being able to move her body to get it to do things that for other people it might be more difficult. And I just skipped something. Okay, well, we're gonna go with that. I hope you all had time to read that because I got distracted thinking about my cousins and how long it's been since I've seen at least one of them. Kotori! Yes! She's in here! I don't know why, but I'm excited. Inside was Kotori. What's she doing here? She's allowed to be here. She's by the big thing placed in the center of the garage and is trying to lift up the sheet to see what's underneath.
それに興味があるのかい?
Are you interested in that? Yes. Kotori is surprised when Amane speaks to her. Go. Kotori seems intimidated and nods. Amane vigorously pulls back the sheet. Ta-da! Inside is a white, streamlined aircraft. Kotori looked at it, dazed. I say, wow, as I let a small surprise sound slip out.
これ、もしかしてグライダー?
Could this be a glider? Yes.
ああ、そうだ。
It is. Amane nodded and Kotori cautiously moved her head closer to the aircraft. Even in the dimly lit garage, the glider's white body had a glossy shine to it and faintly reflected Kotori's face. I moved towards it to take a closer look. Is this the one that we saw from Windmill Hill? Yeah, it could be. The smooth surface looks like it was made from plastic. However, it is hard to the touch. The wings had been removed, and for now it was just the body.
コックピットはこんな風になってる
So
んだ。
this is what the cockpit's like. This is amazing. Yeah. Awkward. Huh? What? What are you staring at me for? Collie says, well, I don't know. Could have been a different one. And this one hasn't yet flown. Yes, I agree. It might be a different one. Because in order to fly it, well, you'd obviously have to have the wings. We'd started talking to each other at some point, but then finally realized who it was we were talking to. Okay, I didn't realize we wanted to be that antisocial, but okay. Hey, you! Why were you running away just now? Can we not call her a hey, you? She calmly ignores my question, but then hurriedly tries to escape. So I go ahead and block her. Oh no. That is one thing you don't do. Unless, like my auntie would do, you want to get run over or you want to get bashed up across your shins, boy. I won't let you get away. I got nothing to say to that. I hope she runs you over. That's all I'm gonna say. Move. Why did you come here? You're not here to eat lunch, are you? Why is it any of your business? She can eat lunch where she wants. She can go where she wants. She doesn't have to answer to you. Just because you're the dorm mother does not make you her dad or her mom. Get off it. Can your disc do damage to anyone who gets close to you? Like a circular magic saw? I don't know, Collie. Maybe? I've never actually tried. I mean, the circumference is kind of jagged. So who knows? It might do some arcane damage or some force damage. Perhaps. That's an interesting thought. I've never had a reason to have to use it though. Because I've never had anyone dare to stop me if I want to go someplace. Collie says, maybe magic somewhere to enhance it that way. You know, I could look it up in the library. There might be some magic that I could use to enhance it. Like, give those little edges the quality of, like, some of those magic daggers or something. So maybe I could give the quality of my disc something like those magical daggers. It would require that I scribe kind of a new spell. But yeah, I could maybe do something like that. Disc of Radiance. Yeah, that too. Tiefy lawnmower. Yes? That's kind of interesting in a macabre way. But I never would have thought about it if this main male character hadn't kept trying to get in this young Mrs. way and being like, no, I'm not going to allow you to leave because I'm big and bad and I'm the male character here, so I get to decide what you get to do. Ugh. There was some mean guy guarding the school gates, so I came to hide in here. So So she really was trying to leave early.
知り合いかい？
Do you know her? Amane was listening carefully to our conversation. Slurp, slurp, munch, munch. This tastes good. I bet she's eating ramen. Oh, no, it would be the pasta. Okay, that makes sense. Amane was wolfing down a Neapolitan pasta lunchbox, and Kotori and I both had a face that seemed to say whoa and looked on in amazement. We know this girl can eat, right? But then she's probably gonna worry about carbs and this and that. Why would we say whoa? 'Cause you both are weird.
なんでかな。美人にこういうことされ
Well,
た
to see such a beautiful girl do something like that, I feel really disappointed. Alright. Okay. Oh. She didn't know that when she was eating ice cream, like a crazy idiot, I had the same reaction when I was watching her. Oh. Language, Aoi. By the way, the thing that Amane was eating was the lunchbox that I had brought. Well, it was your choice. As usual, the boarders hadn't eaten the breakfast I had made for them, so I packed it as my lunch. I had made 2 lunch boxes. I had made 2 lunch boxes. One was for me, and I'm guessing one was for Kotori too. As for the other one, I thought that if Kotori was going to go to school, she might have found it difficult at lunchtime. So I was worried about her and brought another lunchbox. Well, that's sweet and reminds me of something that you would do and have done, Kali. So I'm not gonna fault him for that, but he needs to seriously chill out about trying to control where she's going and what she's doing during lunch. Okay. It's an anime thing. These lasses can apparently sometimes have corks to pack away food. Yes, I agree. So I'm not the one who has like a problem with it. I'm just amazed that that our main protagonist is going to use those particular words to describe Kotori's gusto when doing what she wanted. So that's more what I'm reacting to. That's why I was chasing. No, 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 no. That is not why you were chasing her. Do not try to make it sound like you were just chasing after her because you were like, wait, I have a lunchbox. Let me feed you. No. You were chasing after her because you were pissed off that she dared disengage from you. And that she wanted nothing to do with you, and your whole thing was, you're not getting away from me. That's nonsense. It was not about the lunchbox. Do not try to give me that. And that is pretty irredeemable, yes. He did not have to use those words to describe her gusto, and he did. And it seemed like she was quitting school again, etc. Yes. Which, of course, now he's making it his moral duty to be like, no, you're not gonna quit school, you're not gonna leave, you're not gonna do all these things. And it's like, back off. If she didn't need it, I thought I might eat them both myself. But she ran away before I could ask her.
でもいいのか
But is this okay for me to eat your whole lunchbox? Asked Amane, although she'd already eaten most of it before asking. I've already eaten my one. I was hungry during morning recess, so I had lunch early. Also sounds like something I have done in the past too. Especially when studying and writing argumentative pieces or working more with some spells. Yes, I have had some of my lunch a little bit early to keep my stamina going. Nothing wrong with that. Relieved to hear my answer, Amane continues to enjoy the cold Neapolitan pasta. Woo! This is delicious. It's been a while since I had proper food like this. Yeah, well, from what we learned about her last time, which I think was yesterday, in the time frame of this novel, she barely eats. And she scarfed down some melon bread like it was the last morsel of food on earth. Didn't you have anything to eat after I saw you yesterday? I only gave her one piece of bread. Amane stopped moving her chopsticks and took a good look at my face. Man, would be a lot better with a bit of prestidigitation. Yes, it would be, because then at least you could warm it up to whatever your desired temperature is, so you wouldn't have to eat it cold. And then if you wanted more seasoning, you could always season it up.
もしかして君は昨日パンをくれた人か
Are you serious? Are you serious? I know that sometimes I'm not the most observant Tiefy ever. But are you serious? Do we really not recognize this guy? Was he really that forgettable? Okay. So she says, could it be that you're the person who gave me that bread yesterday? Yes! He just said, did you not eat anything after the bread I gave you? Hello? And based on naming conventions, he should just be known as Melon Bread Coon now. You know? What? You only just realized? Aoi, you are one to talk. You don't remember people either. Okay. God has helped me. If the two of you were at my temple in my kingdom, she would say that the two of you belong together, even if that means every day of your marriage you wake up and forget who each other is in the bed next to you. Alright.
Yeah.
Well, I was concentrating on something yesterday. Oh. She really is weird, and you're not. Oh.
そうか。君は二度も私を救ってくれたのか。
I see. So this is the second time you saved me. Collie says, dang, TV, them's vicious. I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to be vicious in my mockery of people, because that's not really my style, but I couldn't help myself. My mother came out there for a minute. She looked at me with eyes that sparkled like a little kid's. Okay, so let me guess. It's like, what? We should spam my sparkle face in the chat. Do it. If she were a dog, her tail would definitely be wagging like crazy. Didn't I say the first time we met her? Didn't I say that she was a bit like acting like his pet or something? Okay.
君からパンをもらったのが約20時間前で、それ以前に遡るなら、最後に食事をとったのはおよそ70時間前になる。
It's okay, these people are just unobservant and uninsightful. Okay, well, I guess if I just accept that now, I can move on. I received that bread from you approximately 20 hours ago. Prior to that, the last meal I had eaten was roughly 70 hours earlier. My goddess! Not even the nuns at the temple fast for that long, and they do fast. My goddess. I don't know if she's really that forgetful or if she's got some kind of eating disorder. If it's an eating disorder, I'm gonna cut her a break. But my lords and ladies, I don't know how she can go that long without food and still function. I probably would have passed out way before then. I mean, because you realize 70 hours is almost 3 entire days. Now, I don't remember if she said anything about, like, being poor or something. If she did, I'm not gonna make light of that, but my goddess, I don't know what to make of this. I counted on my fingers. He's gonna do the math I just said. If there are 24 hours in a day, that's 3 days ago.
太陽圏の豚骨ラーメン全部のせを食べた。スープが濃厚で。
I went to Taioken and ate pork ramen with all the toppings. The soup was rich and delicious. That sounds good. I want some now. She recalls this, and her face looks like she is about to start drooling. I am drooling right now. Why don't you eat? Are you on a diet? I
忘れ
forgot.
ていた。
Oh, goddess. No, it's when it... She forgot to eat, I guess. Huh?
考え事をしていると他のことをよく忘れるんだ。私はバカだからな。
Well, she did say that earlier. No. When I'm thinking about something, I forget about everything else. That's because I'm stupid. No. It's because you have a one-track mind. That doesn't mean you're stupid. Which is another thing. People need to stop throwing that word around. Not only because it's really not helpful for people with disabilities and other, like, cognitive things, you know, but also in situations like this, we really need to be careful not to label things as stupid when there are other words that could be describing what's going on. Because I've heard of some people who do get fixated on what they're working on so much that they basically ignore their body's needs because they just sort of entered this zone where they're not receiving the feedback from their body in the same way. So yeah. Problematic. Amane replied with pride. Okay. I'd prefer it if she didn't compare it to when people forget things because they're hungry. And Collie says, agreed. In fact, some gamers have died due to that fact. Oh, goddess. That's not good. I mean, I can understand being passionate about something, but I appreciate the fact that I at least maintain an awareness of my body, even if I am doing something, because I value my physical body enough to take care of it so I can keep doing the things that I love. I would hope that Amane might be able to learn this, because she's not going to be able to finish this glider if she ends up starving herself accidentally because she's too much in the zone and doesn't eat.
ここでグライダーを作っているんですか?
Okay, wait. So Kotori left, but she must not have left all the way, or she must have come back. Are you building this glider? Yeah. Are you doing that here? Where else would she build it? In her bathroom? In the faculty room? Why do you think we took the box here? Why is the glider here with the sheet on it? It's a workshop. Okay, never mind.
ソアリング部の部室兼ガレージだが
The soaring club used this garage as a clubhouse. Soaring club? I wasn't familiar with that name. What's soaring?
上昇気流に乗ってグライダーで
Soaring
飛
is
ぶこ
to
とを
fly a
ソアリ
glider
ングと言うんだ
by riding the rising air currents. Flying a glider by riding the rising air currents. I kind of get it, but on the other hand, I don't get it. So the aim of the club is to make and fly a glider?
そういうことになるな
Well, yeah, that's right. So this garage is used for club activities after all. Even so, it's pretty spacious.
グライダーって飛行機みたいなものなんでしょ? 自分で作れるもの
A
なの?
glider is like an airplane, isn't it? Is it something you can make yourself?
ああ作れるさ
Yeah, I can make
それが
it.
人工物である以
Because
上
it's a man-made object. There's no
ないはずだな。
reason why you can't make it, right? I have a feeling that's not what she's asking. However, Amane answered the question in all seriousness.
どうやって作るの?
How do you make it? Oh, she wants to make
そ
one.
うだな
Well,
それを
rather
説
than
明するなら
explaining it,
実際に作ってみ
it's
た方が
quicker
早い
if you actually make one yourself. Hold on a moment. Choto, a minute. I said as Amane slurped up the last of the Neapolitan with extremely bad manners. Let me catch up on chat here. You know, how is this guy even in engineering school to begin with? To even see the campus. When he has a hard time with these concepts. Sheesh, he should have gone to culinary school, agreed. But his parent or his mother probably won't let him. She's probably like, there's no money in culinary school. You are going to be an engineer and build all these buildings and build all these fancy gadgets because nobody's going to pay you a living wage to cook. But meanwhile, she wants him to work a job where his job is to cook. So how about that for mixed messages? But yeah, he seems to need a lot more hand-holding than he really should, but I guess that's the point of this novel. It needs to be written this way, otherwise the girls would have nothing to contribute, I guess. When he has a okay, I already read that. Alright, clicking on here. Wiping around her mouth with a tissue, she started rummaging through a desk drawer. Where did that thing go? She needs a locate object. I could help with that. But I would need to know exactly what thing she's looking for. Peeking inside the drawer, I somehow get the impression that Amane is a typical disorganized person. Yeah, but her disorganization to you is probably an organized mess to her. Maybe. Wand, stop. Rather than things being put away, it was more like they were stuffed in. Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, here it is. This is it. The thing that Amane had taken out was a paper airplane construction kit made using cardboard. Again, with the theme of paper airplanes, which are also a small form of gliders. Okay, try to make one. Ha, joke's on you. She already knows how to make that. She's probably gonna surprise you and you're gonna be like, wow, you made it. Without thinking, Kotori and I looked at each other. I feel that manufacturing a glider and making a paper airplane are completely different things. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, everyone has to start somewhere. She might just be using that as a teaching tool to try to teach Kotori some of the bigger concepts in a smaller way to help her visualize them. I have to have that a lot with certain things. Because sometimes my brain just won't get the bigger concepts unless I have a tactile thing or unless I have some other kind of implement that will help me sort of put things in perspective. So maybe it's a worthwhile thing. But for now, I'll try doing as she says. Wand, no. Using glue and a craft knife, in about 10 minutes, we had finished the paper plane. Okay, so did you let Kotori do any of it, or did you just, do it all yourself? Because I'm sure she would have been capable of doing stuff. It finished! Her face is so cute. All done. Amane takes the plane that Kotori had made and takes a good look. Okay, so it sounds like maybe she did most of it and maybe he just did some stuff with the knife and the glue. Cool. I mean, she should be able to do that seeing as she made her own paper airplane the first time we met her, so good on that. Then she threw it. The paper airplane floated gently as it flew and landed near the wall on the other side of the garage. It flew straight forward, very nicely. It is a good plane. Oh, nice. Kotori seems embarrassed about being complimented, or at being complimented.
飛行機にはいろんな種類がある。
There are many types of airplanes. There are jumbo jets, small Cessnas, fighter planes.
そして今投げた
Then there are paper airplanes, like the one you just threw.
それらはみんな同
But
じ
all
原
of
理
them
で飛ぶ
fly
の。
based on the same principle. Paper airplanes and jumbo jets are the same. No, she's making a comparison. She's saying that there are some principles of aerodynamics that are the same between the two.
ああ、原理
Yes,
は同じ。翼を使って空気に浮かび飛行する。
the principles are the same, using their wings to float on the air in order to fly. Kotori and I both tilted our heads in puzzlement. We both had a skeptical look on our faces. I can understand that a light paper airplane can fly by riding on the wind, but it's hard to imagine that a giant hunk of metal can float in the sky on the same principle. Tiffy blush expression emote when soon. I'm thinking about maybe getting one of those full face blushes, where there's not even any eyes or anything, it's just full blush. I'm thinking about maybe like that one, and I don't know, maybe like a few other ones. LOL, nice. This soon. Trademark, yes. There must be some other method that allows it to fly, yes. In the case of an actual thing like that, maybe an artificer would have to make an engine or some other series of apparatus to make it happen, but she's probably talking about the basic principles of how flight happens in the first place. But we are in a technical school, so I agree with you, Collie. You should probably know that. Amane goes to pick up the paper airplane that she had just thrown.
これをよく見てほしい。君たちが知っている飛行機と
I'd like you
こ
to
の紙
take a
飛
good
行機。
look. Can the two of you see what the difference is between this airplane and this paper one? The size and the material.
人が乗るかどうかも違うわ。
Whether or not people ride on it.
そうだな。
That's
あと
right.
はエンジンがあるか
Then
ない
there
か
is whether or not it has an engine.
逆に言えばその他は
On
同
the
じ
other
だ。
hand,
そ
everything
こに
is the
飛行の原
same.
理がある。
Here we have the principles of flight.
一般的な飛行機は大体
Regular
これと同じパー
airplanes
ツからできている。
Are made from mostly the same parts as this.
まずは胴体。
First, there's the body.
次に主翼。
Next are the main wings.
水平尾翼。
The horizontal tail plane.
垂直尾翼。
The vertical tail plane.
多少突飛な形状をした飛行機でも大体同じパーツかあるいは同じ役割をする別のパーツによって構成されている。
There are a few airplanes that have a somewhat quirky shape But even in those cases, they still have mostly the same parts or other parts that fulfill a similar rule. When she puts it like that, I guess she's right.
ところで、飛行
By
機
the
がなぜ
way,
空
do
気
you
に浮く
know
のか知っている
how
か
an airplane floats on the air? Artificer talk. Yes, precisely. And I don't blame them for understanding things in that way because they're the ones with the magic and the tinkering and the know-how to actually make those schematics like she was doing and then build it for a specific purpose along with some well-applied magic in my world, of course.
揚力があるからよ。
And I probably forgot to read that because it has lift.
そうだ。
That's
揚
right.
力とは流体
Like
の
the
中にある
force of
翼
fluid
に働
moving
く力の
over
うち、
a wing,
流れの方向
lift
に
is
対して
said to be
垂
the
直な成
vertical
分のことを言う。
component in accordance with the direction of the flow. I look baffled again and Amani smiles a little and rephrases it.
つまり、
In other
空気が
words,
翼を浮き上がらせようとする力のことだ。
it's the force that makes the wings float up on the air.
揚力はここ、主翼によって生み出される。
Lift is created here on the main wings.
翼に前から風が当たると、空気は翼の上と下に分かれて流れていくことになる。
When air hits the wings from the front, the airflow divides, going over and under the wings. I can just imagine the wings cutting the air like a blade.
この時、翼の上
At
側
that
と下
time,
側
there
で
is a
気流の
difference.
速度に差が生じると、流れの速い側の圧力が下がるんだ。
In the speed of the airflow above and below the wing, and the pressure drops on the side that has the faster airflow. I'm gonna feel smart after this.
ベルヌイの定理ね。
That's Bernoulli's theorem. I hope I'm saying that right. Amane nods. Standing beside her, I'm a little freaked out as she so easily comes out with a word like Bernoulli. Why? You think that just because she misspoke once, that she's not smart? Misspeaking, as I have done before, does not mean that you're not smart. It means that you briefly had a processing mix-up. That's all. What the hell is that? You know, if you don't even know what that is, you don't have any right to be surprised at how she knows that.
授業で習ったでしょ。
We were taught that in class, right? We didn't learn that at my school. Maybe? Let me see what Kali says here. I wonder if the new Nightingale Academy would have a club like this in the face of magic flight. They might. I know that among the mages there is flight magic that can be done. I think that there would be some interest in that as it would give another transportation option so that you wouldn't necessarily have to keep expending the spell slots. And if I understand artificing correctly, a good and patient group of artificers could maybe even work some fly spells into some parts of a glider, for instance, and therefore have something that could potentially have a flight in addition to built mechanisms. So I could see that as being very useful, especially if you wanted to have more than one person travel that way. But that would be certainly different from the typical magic circles or carriages or other mounts that we use now. But I could definitely see a lot of the artificers at New Nightingale Academy. I could see them creating something like this, and if they did, I could see my father being very interested.
だから飛行機の翼は上面の空気が速く流れるよう設計されている。上面側の圧力を下げるためだ。
Oh no, that's an interesting idea, patent. Yes, well, I'm sure that's why my father likes the academic atmosphere. I'm sure that he might very well be involved in patenting, as you say, a great many of these ideas. Because even though he could do it with magic himself, I think my father likes to fashion himself a bit of an entrepreneur and someone who invests in that and says, haha, look what I was able to make happen due to my coin and my patronage. So it would not surprise me if he put some investments into that. That's why the airplane's wings are designed so that the air flows faster on the upper side. This is in order to lower the pressure on the upper side.
そうすることで
By
相対的
doing
に
this,
仮面の圧力が高まり、空気が翼を持ち上げようとするんだ。
the pressure on the lower side is higher in comparison, and then the air lifts the wings up. The air lifts the wings up. You lords and ladies can read that, right? I'm gonna read it for the sake of people who might have difficulty reading this. But what's unbelievable for me to imagine is that he has such a difficult time conceptualizing of that, but it is what it is. It's a phenomenon that's hard to suddenly imagine. So that's Bernoulli's theorem. Amane nodded as if to say yes.
それともう一つ、
There's
翼
one
の
more
上面
thing.
を流れた空気は翼面によって下へ曲げられ、後方に吹き下ろしを生じさせる。
The air flowing over the top of the wing bends downwards because of the wing's surface, causing downward force behind it. As she explains, Amane is drawing a cross-section of a wing. According to that, an airplane's wings are flat at the bottom and the top is shaped like a mountain. So it seems like it is semicircular. Apparently, the air on the upper side flows along the raised curved surface and then bends to flow downwards. As for the question of why the air flows along the raised surface, it can only be said that this is because of the nature of the air. Or so it would seem.
この吹き下ろしはニュートンの第三法則によって同じだけの反作用を翼に与
This
え、
downforce, according to Newton's third law, causes the same reaction on the wing, which lifts it in an upward direction. The reaction lifts up the wing?
重たいバスケットボールを地面に叩きつけようとしたら 体がふわっと浮く感じがするでしょ。
When a heavy basketball hits the ground, doesn't it seem that it's floating weightlessly?
それと同じことよ。
It's the same as that. Does that mean when the wing drops in the air, the reaction causes it to float? And Kali says, and this is what I meant. Why is this guy even at an engineering school if Kotori is able to enthusiastically and correctly respond to these concepts? Indeed. In fact, I'm glad that they are making her the one who understands this. To basically make a point that just because she uses a wheelchair does not mean that she is lacking functionality. Especially because he wanted to continue to rib her about her mispronounced word. He never gets to do that again.
それら揚力が機体の重量を上回った時、
So when the lift exceeds the weight of the airplane can fly through the air.
たとえそれが総重量数百トンに及ぶジャンボ旅客機でもね。
Ooh, Colin. He says, makes Aoi the most disabled engineering student here. Ooh, ouch. I would say, even if someone were an engineer with learning disabilities or cognitive disabilities, I think they would be doing a lot better than him. He just seems to be someone who didn't bother to pay attention. And Collie says, yes, I meant that as a burn. It was a good one. Definitely would do some psychic damage, I think. Okay. I need to not skip that because I haven't read it yet. For example, it is the same for a jumbo passenger airliner with a total weight of several hundred tons. Theoretically, that may be so, but I still couldn't imagine how enough lift to cause a several hundred ton airplane to take off could be created. And I really don't want to have to sit through this explanation. I would really rather move on to like some bigger plot things, but okay. However, airplanes do actually fly in the sky.
揚力を生み出してくれるこの主翼は飛行機が空に浮かぶために必要なパーツというわ
The
けで
main wings that create the lift are the parts necessary to make the airplane fly. I could skip, yes. I mean, there's a skip button, but it's not, the rune is not highlighted for me. So my only option is to go auto, and I don't really want to do that. Looks like we're done anyway with this part. I don't know if I understand or not. Well, I'm gonna leave you to figure that out, boy. You got some things you gotta sort out, I guess. However, I understood that the main wings are the most important part.
次に尾翼だが垂直と水平と2つある
Oh no. Next are the tailplanes, of which there are two types, vertical and horizontal.
これらは空中で機体の姿勢を安定させるためについている
These are added to stabilize the position of the airplane when in midair.
飛行機は空中に浮いている
An
から
airplane
地
floats
面に立つ我
in
々より
midair,
も
which is
水だって
much
不安定なんだ
unstable than we humans are when standing on the ground.
まっすぐ上を向いてるのが垂直尾翼
The only, the one going straight up is the vertical. This stabilizes the lateral movement.
主翼と同じ向きに
The
横に伸
ones
びている
extending
のが
out
水平尾翼
sideways, the same as the main wings or the horizontal.
こっちは縦の動き つまり
These move
頭の
vertically,
上下げを
in
安定
other
させてくれる
words, stabilizing the up and down movements of the nose.
これがないと紙飛行機もまっすぐには飛んでくれない。
Without these, even a paper airplane won't fly straight. I see, so that's why they have small wings on the tail.
そしてボディ、
Then there's the body.
ここは飛ぶこととは直
This
接関
doesn't
係ない
have a
な。
direct relationship to flight. But if you don't have this, there's nowhere to attach the wings. Yes, and then technically there's no flying machine, so you kind of need a body. That's kind of like a carriage without a carriage. Like, that's like just having the wheels and the axles, but no main body. There would be no point. Well, at this point, are you getting a good lesson, TV? Oh, yes! Not really the one that I want, but sure. At least I can say reading this visual novel taught me a little bit more about aerodynamics and some of that stuff. So, I guess it's good. Okay.
以上が飛行機の
And that
関
is
係。
the basic form of an airplane.
これはずーっと昔ライト兄弟の時代から変わらない。
That hasn't changed since a long time ago, since the era of the Wright brothers. Goddess help me. I think he's gonna say, who are the Wright brothers? Since that long ago, okay, so he apparently knows who they are. But the Wright brothers were the first people in the world to fly a plane, right? Yes. So if you know that, how? Okay. I'm not gonna say anything. So nothing has changed since the very first one was made. The overall concepts have not changed. The design has changed. Obviously, from what I've seen in my Scribble, the designs have definitely changed. But there are some things that if they are working well enough, don't change them.
ライト兄弟は動力を積んだ飛行機で飛んだ最初の人たちだ。
The Wright brothers were the first to fly using powered flight. Gliders were being flown even before that. Yeah, I guess so. I always thought that the Wright brothers were the first to fly. Well, in that particular way, based on what I've seen in my Scrabble, yes, but there were other ways of trying to achieve that. It's just, my goddess, I'm no expert in this, but it's just, I know they're trying to make Amane useful to the main protag. But he had to have passed tests. Just like I said for Kotori. He had to have passed some kind of test or some kind of exam to get in here. So, I'm very surprised that this seems like a whole new thing, but okay, whatever. This is the same guy who didn't know that he was looking at a glider until someone told him that's what it was. So,
翼の役割を知りたければこの紙飛行機で試してみ
if
る
you
と
know the role of the wings, you should try it on this paper airplane.
例えばそうだな垂直尾翼を少し曲げてそれ
Man, this guy has int and with stats in the negatives. Oof, yes. For example, if you were to bend the vertical tail plane a little like this, the plane that Amane threw curved gently as it flew.
さらに主翼の
Also,
ここの部
if
分
you
に
curve
少
this
し
part
曲
of
げ
the
れば
main wings a little, she bent the left and right main wings so that they twisted at the back. This time, the plane twisted as it flew. Correct, because it's forcing the air to flow up and around it in a certain way. I mean, we wouldn't even have to look at planes for this. You could look at birds to understand some of this concept because their wings and flight feathers effectively do the same thing. Hey, that's pretty interesting. Seeing this, Kotori started to adjust the tail plane on her own paper airplane. Wait, so she made another one?
見てて。
Watch this! Thank goddess, we need more of this. I need to get out of that lesson. Swoosh. Full of confidence, Kotori threw her paper airplane. Whoa!
Oh.
Ah. I probably didn't need. Oh no. Okay. It did a beautiful loop-the-loop before landing. Okay, well. That's cool. It did a loop-the-loop.
面白いこの紙飛行機。
This paper airplane is really interesting. Kotori and I both got really engrossed in adjusting the wings and playing around. Sometimes the paper airplane displayed some mid-air acrobatics, and other times they didn't fly at all and crashed into the ground. However, by trying it for ourselves, we were able to get a real understanding of the role of the wings. By just changing the shape of the wings a little, you can make them fly in many different ways. Let me guess, they're gonna want to build a glider or help Amane finish building hers so they can take Kotori in it because that's gonna be on her bucket list. Let me guess, they're gonna take her on a flight before she passes away or something. Ugh. Oh well. If I predict this, I'm not gonna be happy about that. But moving on.
実際の飛行機に
Wand,
は
no.
補助翼などの小さな翼がついている。
Actual
それらを調節
airplanes
するこ
have
とで
many
機体
smaller
を操作するん
wings,
だ。
such as ailerons. I hope I pronounced that right. The aircraft is controlled by adjusting them. And Kali says, and this falls again into the concept of finding the right way to apply someone's interests versus assuming they have no interest in academics. Correct. Similar to a certain gem. Ailerons. Okay, I'm gonna try to pronounce that right. Similar to a certain gem, meaning phosphophyllite. Yes. In much the same way, individuals in that anime assume that she is lazy, or they are lazy, rather. And then are not looking at the ways in which they are excelling and they are learning. As she explained, Amane moved to the side of the garage, and I think I forgot to read that last part. Then she lovingly laid her hand on the glider.
このグライダーには
This
エンジンがつ
glider
いてい
doesn't
ない
have an engine. Okay, well,
紙飛行機を大きく頑丈にしてコックピットを取り付けただけのものなんだ。
it's like a bigger and more robust paper airplane. The only thing that has been added is the cockpit, which is technically like the body. I mean, you have to have some place for people to sit if you want it to transport anyone. Kotori and I looked at the paper airplanes in our hands. Okay, so apparently they built more than one. I imagine riding it and flying through the sky. This is just like the fantasies I envisioned as a kid. Aoi's plane and Kotori's plane. Okay, well, fine. I assumed that maybe they worked on one plane together and, What? What? No, what? No. No. This guy is ridiculous. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna get a drink of water. Oh. I had those dreams. And I achieved them. Oh. I'm gonna get a drink of water. The glider in front of me was the real thing. This guy is just straight up like Leah. Yes, except... Oh no. No, don't start coughing, TV. Yes, except like almost worse. I don't know, maybe they're about the same. Sorry everyone, I'm trying not to cough in your ear. Apologies. How about it? You just felt like you could make one, didn't you? But it doesn't have an engine. How does it fly? Like the paper airplane flies. It's the same thing. Paper airplanes gain thrust by being thrown by people. Well, then I imagine it has to be given some momentum in a similar way. It probably has to use the hill or something similar, and it has to be allowed to coast down something so that it can be given momentum and then launched off something. So like a bird on the coast, like I have watched a lot, they have to get a running start and give themselves some lift. I'm imagining that this is similar. Because with it being Windmill Hill, I'm sure there's enough wind, aka air and currents, to help with something like that. I'm sure it's not an accident that you saw a glider gliding over the hill you were on. Oh, Collie, I just saw what you wrote there. into -6. I don't even know if that would be possible in my world. I'm sure it would be somewhere in a bestiary, but my goddess, I don't want to see what kind of creature that would be attributed with, especially because he can put enough together to cook, which in itself takes its own bit of chemistry and understanding how things work. In order to even do cooking or even put things together, it is actually a science as much as an art form.
風に乗って飛ぶんだ。
By riding the wind. Both I and Kotori gaze at the white aircraft. For someone with a dream of flying, they did nothing about that dream to fulfill it themselves. No paragliding, no skydiving, no flying in commercial airlines, no understanding of basic flight concepts. Gah! I feel you, Collie. Hello. What did I just say? That day we saw this flying from Windmill Hill. You think? Really now? Riding the wind, that expression expresses it so perfectly, the way it flew so smoothly and calmly. Okay.
風に乗って
Riding the wind. Kotori, come on. Girl, you know this. Amane nods happily.
そして上昇気流に乗ってどこまでも
By
舞い上がる。
rising air currents, you can fly anywhere. So long as you keep the thermals like a bird, so long as you keep yourself in a good supply of those, you should be fine.
どこまでも
Anywhere?
ああ、雲
Yes.
の上にだって
You
行けるん
can
だ。
even go above the clouds.
雲の上
Above the clouds? Yeah. Sorry, I had to do it. Kotori looked at the aircraft, getting tongue-tied here, with an expression of disbelief. Kotori, little bird, do not start. You are so smart, you know this. You should know this. This should not be a surprise to you. I also couldn't imagine that this thing flying above the clouds. I think what they meant to say is I also couldn't imagine that this thing could fly above the clouds. Have you been there? Above the clouds?
うん、
Well,
それが
that's, yeah, even Tiffy knows about those concepts. Take that, Owie. But it did. They saw it, so that's true. Suddenly, her mood drops. Oh.
組み上がったのがつい
I
この
only
間
put
で
it together
ようやく
recently
テストフライト
and
にこぎつけ
finally
たんだ
took it
が
out on a test flight. They can't be they can't be in this much disbelief. Yes. So this is why I always say too, like if you want to have a believable story, like this is a big part of it. You want to make something that's believable, and this is a really big thing that to me is not believable. Even if it's kind of part of the romance genre that some of the main characters can't be that smart, which I don't understand. Like, being intellectual and having a dialogue that makes sense shouldn't make romance impossible. I think if you're going to set it in this really advanced, specialized school, and you're going to have people who have had to test to get in here and have to have some aptitude, I really don't think it's believable that they are in so much disbelief over concepts that even someone like me, who does not know anything about these physics and some of these things, like if even I can understand the basic things, then this is what I mean about believability. I mean, there's some things you can get away with for romance's sake, right? But not when you consider what the setting is and like what they're all supposed to be doing here. I think they could have made this work if everyone was just allowed to be intelligent and have like their own skills. I don't really understand the necessity of like dumbing everything down. And I feel like that's not the right word, but do you know what I mean? Where it's perfectly fine to have people have expertise and understand things and still have the idea of romance. Like, maybe instead of filling in for someone's complete brainstem, like as the love interest, we could just focus on like, wow, they're all good at individual things, and put them in situations where, like in an adventuring party like my mother was part of, where everyone gets to use their capabilities to the best of their ability to help others in the party who have like those particular weaknesses. Now that's a way you could do romance, where not everyone knows the same thing or has the same skills, and you can do it without making people feel like they need to be ridiculously dumbed down or ridiculously sort of divested of a believable amount of understanding, which I think that's the one thing, is like they're putting way too much emphasis on we have to make these characters connect with each other because they are so unfit to like figure out their own issues, rather than saying if we make total and complete people who are believable, they have enough to like hold their own and don't need to be purposely shortchanged in order to force these dialogues of, oh, you need Amane because Amane is the only one who knows even basic stuff. You could just have Amane be like the expert and have the other two understand these basic things, but then look at her and be in amazement that she had enough artificing skill to build this. That's what I find most impressive, that she got the parts to build something of that size, presumably by herself. I don't know, maybe it's just me. If other people were here, they might be like, my goddess TV, you are nitpicky. And I'm like, I don't like being nitpicky, but there are just certain things with the character design, even though I know this is a romance and I know they're trying to build connections, this is just a little bit like you didn't have to go that far. So to add more variety to the story, yes, I think so too. You know, I think it would be great to have that. And I think it would be great to flesh out characters more so that they are not just like filling in for this unbelievable lack of stuff. And I know, Wolf, that you've been around for a bit, and I appreciate you chiming in again. I know Collie and I have been kind of going back and forth for this whole section. but it's really nice to have you in chat and really nice to have you hanging out. I know this is probably not always gonna be everyone's cup of tea, but I really appreciate that people want to hang out and listen and hear me give my little 2 coppers about various things. Okay. Yeah, I already. It was that time. Yay! Well, now we know for sure. Ah! Alright. Kotori and I react by exchanging glances. The wings weren't strong enough and snapped halfway through. Wait, what? They snapped halfway through? Girl, what you mean? If they snapped halfway through, how did you even get back here? Because wasn't it like the first time we saw the glider, it was there and then it wheeled around and headed back towards the opposite direction, and then they lost sight of it. I think if something had the wings snap off, that seems rather dangerous. At that point, I'm surprised the glider is even in the state it's in. I don't know. Maybe that's me. Yeah. Emergency parachute featherfall. Probably. You know, featherfall would help, but I'm saying about the plane itself. If the wings snapped off halfway through and you need the wings to glide back, I'm just wondering how she was able to get it back here and not in more pieces. But actually, it is possible to snap a glider's wing off with too much force, which I would believe. I'm just trying to figure out if that happened and we saw them heading back in the opposite direction, and it happened somewhere in between there and getting it back here. I'm just amazed that it's not in worse shape than it is. Played a flight sim where I was able to do that repeatedly, and I would believe you. I'm just surprised that it's in such good shape and that this Amane did not end up in the hospital or having some nosedive. But maybe she knows enough about directing it to stop that from happening. But I don't know, because the wings are supposedly the main thing. So the glider looks way too nice. Especially if something happened where the wings did snap off. Makes me wonder where the wings ended up. Like, don't you think somebody in one of the towns or something would have seen these giant wings and been like, hey, random aircraft wings. Maybe it's a special glider. I don't know. Maybe she has other ways of controlling it if something like that were to happen. I don't know. This is kind of amazing, to me. My thoughts exactly. So, you mean... Yeah, imagine if one of the propellers on those went... Oh, no! Golly, no! No, why? 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 I can't stop laughing. I'm not gonna read that out loud. Moving on.
危ないところだった。もし完全に折れていたら湖に落ちて死んでいたかもな。
Wait, 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 wait. She just said the wings snapped off, right? Like, snapped off. Snapped off. Okay, so, wait. Just a minute. So, wait a minute. So, she says it was pretty dangerous. If they had broken completely, I might have fallen to my death in the lake. Wait. So how can they snap off and not have broken off completely so that somehow you didn't fall to your death? Okay. Okay. Well, then they can't have snapped off, then. Or something? I don't really understand this. I don't understand. Unless she emergency landed it in the lake and then was somehow able to get it back to the school because it was now able to float in the lake because the body of it is light enough and cavernous enough. Maybe? But then I'm still wondering, like, okay, so then are the wings at the bottom of the lake? Tiffy doesn't know about that. She laughed as she
ま
spoke.
た作り直さないといけない。
I have to rebuild them.
私
It's
は
because I'm
手があま
not
り
so
器用じゃ
good
ない
with
から
my
ね。
hands. What do you mean you're not good with your hands? What do you mean you're not good with your hands? How is someone not good with their hands or mage hands or something? If you were not good with your hands, how is this not an ill put together thing that doesn't even look like a plane? Like, if you're that bad with your hands, how did you even build this? I'm gonna quit asking questions. Colleen says that too, considering how much this gal has been having a hard time with the plane's design table flip. Maybe that's another emote I should just get, like Tiffy table flip. I don't know. I guess I could just use aimgi and that'll work. Yeah, magic. Sure, I could believe that in my world that maybe we could use some featherfall magic or some fly magic on it in an emergency to account for that. But this just sounds like because reasons.
それと一部のケーキが故障してるのも分かったんだが、代わりの部品が手に入らなくて困っている。
Also, I know some of the instruments are broken, but I'm having trouble getting my hands on the parts. This is an artificer having a critical flaw in their ability to do things. The continuity of the background and the story needs to match, in my opinion. Yes. I agree with you on that 100%, Wolf. And that's kind of what I was talking about earlier, is that there are certain things you can do in a story that will not shatter your suspension of disbelief, right? In other words, get you invested in the story and the place and the setting and the rules that govern whatever this place is. There are so many moments, even in this exchange, that are just like not they don't add up. They're not, as you say, they don't have continuity, and they don't match the tone and the expectation of this kind of stuff. At this point, I would much rather have this game set in a small Japanese village or something to account for people maybe not being as knowledgeable or trying to learn this on their own, so that some of this would make more sense. That's what I would like to see happen. Also, I'm fixing my scribe ball here, making sure that my crystal is lined up. You all are gonna have to let me know if things are going okay, because like I say, I can't really see from my end whether I'm still looking good or not. I know I had a little bit of trouble with my last cast, with some things getting a little frozen and a little wonky, so please do let me know. And then Wolf says, I've seen that consistently most in visual novels that they need to do that. Why did they break my heart? I don't know. I think it's because they're putting too much emphasis on this is a romance novel or visual novel, so the heck with like logic and stuff. I think that's a big part of it, because I noticed the same thing when I used to write erotica. I noticed the same principle, that because the things that I was ghostwriting were being treated like, well, it's just erotica, it's just sexual content. It doesn't need to make sense, it doesn't need to have rules, it doesn't need to have continuity, it doesn't need to have a basis of consistent motivations or rules. And I think that it's just pure laziness. And it's just a fundamental disconnect between the fact that some stories are treated like they needed to be serious business, and then these kinds of stories, the writers and scribes apparently just go, screw it, we don't need to bother with that, and that's simply not true. Like, it's not true. It doesn't matter if you're writing romance or erotica or like juicy arrow scenes or whatever. You need to have logic, and you need to have like believability, because that's a turn on. That gets people invested in a story, and it can be a really quick turn off when stuff like this happens. Let me catch up. Yes, Arrow Rider Tiffy confirmed. Oops. Oops. I did confirm that, but oh well. A story that doesn't make sense is a buzzkill, yes. Things get very soft very quickly. If I paid, I demand money back. Slammed head down on desk. Well, I could be that way, but I'm mostly here for seeing how they portray Kotori, so while I might not like some of the story elements, like, I'm willing to have spent my gold pieces on this because I'm very interested in seeing what they've done with it, but I think I'm just gonna have to ignore some of this logic or lack of it from this point on. But how is everything coming across on your end? Am I being projected okay? I'm not freezing or anything? And I'm here for the glider thing. Awesome. Yay. Yay, okay, I'm glad it's doing okay. I know that I'm not really working with ideal runes and gems right now, which is actually why I am looking into an upgrade for my magic item layout, but good, I'm glad. Like I say, I can't see what I look like from your end, so it's nice to have that confirmation. I'm here for the anime theme. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad for that too. Well, want no.
自分で作っちゃえばいいんじゃないの？
Why don't you make them yourself? Kotori said that so easily. At school, where things like this are taught, they have all the equipment you need to make anything. From a screw to an aircraft. Fabrication magic, huh? That's no good either. With a troubled look on her face, she took some broken parts from a drawer.
ダイヤフラムといって大気
The
速度計に組
diaphragm
み
is
込まれてい
one
る
of
部
the
品な
parts
んだが
used to make the airspeed controller.
特注品でこれを作った工場がとっくの昔に潰れてしまっているんだ。
This was a special order and the factory where this was made shut down a long time ago. My goddess, I don't think it's the only factory that should be able to fabricate that. Surely some kind of artificer or tinkerer should be able to make another one. But who knows, maybe it's like a rare magic item. We gazed at the parts in the palm of Amane's hand. It certainly looks like it wouldn't be easy to make. If it's the kind of thing that can be made in the town factory, there might be something that can be done about it. Well, if you were in my kingdom, you could certainly visit my uncle's forge. And his nearby workshop. I'm sure even he would be able to come up with something. If not, definitely one of the students at the Nightingale Academy. Like, ship it from an external manufacturer? Yes. I mean, like I said, that can't be the only factory that made it. And surely, if you are able to bring that part, I'm sure there are smart enough people there. And maybe you could draw some schematics and drop it off, and maybe they could build it for you. Amane's eyes light up as I quietly mumble. 3D print the missing parts. Discover the value of 3D printing and fabricating stuff. Yes!
本当か？
Really? Oh, lords and ladies, I don't know what to say about that. Well, I don't know until I ask, but I know someone like that. Why didn't we say this earlier?
頼む。それがないと本当に困るんだ。
If I don't have this, I'll be in a real fix. Okay, I'll try asking next time I see him. Can I borrow this? Especially if this is such a fancy-looking engineering machining academy. Yes! You'd think maybe they'd have some other students, who are part of another club of fabricating things or repairing things who could maybe do this? Maybe other members in the same flight themed club? Unless she's the only member.
ありがとう。君に救われるのはこれで3度目だ。
Thank you. This will be the third time you've saved me. No, whoosh. Whoa. Suddenly, she gives me a full-on hug, and we're even cheek to cheek. Yep.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
You can thank me once I've actually got it.
そういえばそうだった
Oh,
な。
yes, I guess you're
で
right.
もご
But
飯
this
のお礼も兼ねているんだ。
includes thanks for lunch. Okay. I mean, if they're expected to have some higher education. So I would think that this is a must. Hugs. I don't mind hugs. I'm just... Since we already know where this guy's head is at, because every time there's a new girl, he acts like he's never seen one in his life. I'm a little bit, I'm being a bit mean to him in my head, just because I know what he gets like around girls. Anyway.
だからもう一回感謝の気持ちを表させてくれ。
Let me express my thanks one more time. No, that's enough. Seriously. Whoa, you're actually refusing a hug from a very endowed young woman. Wow. And for sure I thought you were gonna take a jump at that little meal there. Anyway.
そうか？
Really? Kotori can judge you all she wants. Look at that face. I've got that face going on. Yeah. Meanwhile, Kotori is just sitting there. Okay, I'm gonna give you hugs. Even though you won't be able to see it, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a hug. Hugs. Kotori was sullenly, that's what I wanted to say, sullenly glaring at me. Teefy head pats and wiggles. I see that redeem. I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Head pats. And then the wiggles. Wiggle, waggle, wag. Yay. So hopefully that'll do for a hug and made my mage hand invisible. So hopefully that'll be like hugs enough. She's glaring at you because she's basically being ignored while this other girl is hugging you. I wonder if this will really fly. Nope. We're still in disbelief about this.
ところで君たち、もしグライダーに興味があるのなら、
If you're interested in gliders, the bell rings. Thank goddess. Thank goddess the bell rings and we get to get out of here. Collie, don't hurt. Don't hurt yourself. Thinking seems to be a bit much. Oh my gosh. It was like we were in class. I agree. I am so done. Oh my. Okay. If we're interested, what is it?
いや、いいんだ。
No, it's
忘れてて。
nothing. Forget about it. No, you are not gonna make us sit through that and not finish what you were gonna say. Say the words. If you're interested in the gliders, you could join the club and help me build it. It's that simple. Oh boy. Okay. Somehow it seems she's avoiding something. Alright then. Amane?
なんだ？
What? Can I come and see you again?
あ、もちろんだ。
Yeah, of
興味があるなら
course,
い
if
つでも
you're
来てくれ。
interested. Come by anytime. Come anytime. Oh, I could say something about that. I'm not going to. I have to bring her those parts as well. What about Kotori? Hello?
君も
You
ま
too.
た見に来てくれ。
Come again. Okay, yay, we included her. I guess. As Kotori nods, Amane grins and she nods back. Owie, I can't. She's really beautiful, but her smile somehow makes her look like a little kid. I don't even know what to say about that logic, but also, Collie, I agree with you. I don't like how she's being treated like the extra. She should be the main narrative stuff, not all these other girls that I don't really give a flying incubus about, okay? So I hate the fact that they are just adding her in every once in a while, and I'm like, I don't care about this Amane girl. I care about my Kotori. And Wolf says, come on, writers, why you gotta do her like that though? I agree. She's supposed to be the most interesting one and the one that we're supposed to be learning more about. It kind of makes me a little angry because I want to do more of this novel, but this whole chapter so far was about this, like, flight class. I don't know. I'm gonna keep doing this because I'm here for Kotori. I'm not really here for the rest of it, but I feel like if I just skip, then it's not really going to be like the full look at this, so I'm gonna bear with it. But I just really wish we would have gotten more detail about stuff rather than this, because that amount of detail seemed a bit unnecessary. And I'm usually the kind of TV that likes a lot of detail. We need to go back to the classroom or somewhere, and Kotori needs to eat. Because I don't think she ate. You ate one bento, you gave the other one to the other girl who can eat like there's no tomorrow. All because Kotori quote, left and then came back. I would not be surprised if she faints halfway through the last part of the day. Whoa, no, 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 no. Full stop. I am not gonna give Mr. Owie a pass. This is rule number 1 in assist device etiquette. You do not put your hands or your body anywhere on that assist device without express permission. Furthermore, you do not go and push the wheelchair against the person's will like that. No. You did not ask her, you did not tell her what you were doing. You freaking just went and did it. Yes. He just ups and starts pushing the wheelchair because he decided to start walking toward the classroom. There are not words to describe how inappropriate that is. That is the equivalent of if an able-bodied person was just up and dragged somewhere while being hogtied or something by someone else who just freaking decided, I'm moving you now. No. No respect for personal space. And what did I say about Owie earlier? That he was trying to act like her mom or her dad, like some moral superiority kind of figure because, no, I'm not going to let her run away from me and I'm not going to let her leave school. Well, now he's literally just taking control of her assist device without asking permission and just assuming he has the right to exert that control. No. That's not okay.
どこ連れて行く気?
Hey, where are you taking me? I would start trying to run over his freaking foot. Right now. The classroom, of course. She can push herself also. Her chair has no handlebars. So, second of all, where are you even grabbing on to put? You know what? It doesn't matter. That's her throne and you should not be touching it.
やだ、やめて。私お腹空いてるの。
I
お昼食
told
べてない
you.
から。
No, stop. I'm hungry and I haven't had lunch yet. Oh boy. Visca radiant skin slicing. I'm about ready, man. What? No. Okay, I don't need to tell you, lords and ladies, how inappropriate this is, right? This is not okay. what they are doing here is setting up Kotori like she is a petulant child who is not capable of making her own decisions, and like a child is now being punished by not getting any food. No, that's not okay. No, this visual novel needs to make an about face, go to the flipping cafeteria, and grab her whatever is left over and let her eat. You do not excuse her not being able to eat because she was not around for a couple of minutes and you decided to eat one of the lunches and give the one to the other girl who you apparently felt was more deserving, and that you didn't want to watch starve after not eating for 72 hours or 70 hours, whatever it was. And now you're gonna be okay with her not eating, and you're just gonna say you reap what you sow? You know what? You should be taken out of the running, Owie. You are not an acceptable love interest. Go get her some food. I said stop. Hey, don't push me. This is pushing my last nerve. I brought Kotori with me against her wishes, and we returned to the classroom. This man has no right to call himself any kind of caregiver or any kind of protector ever again. But no, everyone is gonna justify this and say, well, she was wanting to be a delinquent and drop out of school and da-da-da-da, so he did the right thing, and he's morally justified in behaving this way. And this happens more than you would actually think. For me, IRL, I actually have had this happen many times in my life, and not just as a child. By people who think they have the right to restrict my access to things because they feel like I have missed my opportunities or I am not being gracious enough. And if I were her, I would do what I actually did do, which is put my actual hands on my wheels. As a little kid and a young adult, I would actually do that to stop people from moving me forward. Nope, it's not justified at all. But because able-bodied people think that because they have more functionality than you, they think they have the right to exert control over you in the name of looking out for you, protecting you, whatever. It's obviously a big load of dragon shit. But it happens, and this upsets me. And I know many people who have had this happen to them as well.
Aoi!
Okay, so we're just gonna skip over that. Really, game? We're gonna let him just take control of her wheelchair. not listening to her, commanding him to stop, to let her go, we are going to be okay with not making sure she has lunch or any drinks or anything. And we are just going to skip over that. We're not going to address that. Is that what I'm seeing here? Meanwhile, let me just give you an idea of what Kotori probably went through in those last hours of school, because let me tell you something, IRL, I had something like that happen to me when I was her age. I did not have my assigned attendant with me that day. And I did not have any friends who were willing to go in to get me lunch. So I, with my limited mobility and my social anxiety, could not bring myself to get my own lunch from the hot lunch area because I was scared and I could not access things. I only got up the courage in the last 3 minutes to get myself the literal last thing they had in the food line. The bell chimed, and I had just been about to take a bite. I wasn't able to even do that. So I thought I'll take the food back to where my studies were being held at the time. And I get in there, and the teacher says, "Oh no, Tiffy, that food does not belong in here. It belongs in the cafeteria. You can't eat that here." And I said, "But I'm hungry." And they said, "You had a whole 45 minutes for lunch. You should have eaten." They took the food I had in my hand and threw it in the rubbish bin. And made me sit in class, and also yelled at me for being late. I had not had anything for lunch that day. I could not focus. I almost ended up having to go lay down. And I barely made it through the school day. And when I arrived home, I was not in good shape. Of course, I told my parents about this, and they called the school. But they basically, the teachers allowed that to happen because it was viewed as being my fault for not being able to access food. Even though it wasn't my choice that my assistant did not show up that day. It was not my choice to have the lunch line be inaccessible. And it was not my choice to be struggling with anxiety that day. and it was not my choice to not allow me to eat, even past lunchtime. So, when the book just skips over this, the visual novel just skips over this, all I can think of is Kotori sitting in the classroom, feeling dizzy, like I did, feeling hungry, distracted, weak, thirsty, nauseous. You know, at least when she skipped school, she got to go get herself some ice cream. The visual novel better have a goddess damned good thing to say about that. It better address it, or he better be making her some food. Because how's he gonna treat this other girl who forgets to eat? And he's gonna treat her with all this kindness, and he is gonna refuse to feed Kotori. He's gonna restrict food as punishment. No, we don't play that game here. But this is used a lot against people with disabilities. To be like, oh, if you don't do what I'll say, I won't feed you. I won't open your meals for you if you don't do what I say. So, I'm only bringing up that so that you all are aware that people do this. And they get away with it with a lot of people with disabilities who cannot communicate or who have difficulty defending themselves. And I'm not saying this to bring the cast down. I'm saying this because this is what I came on the scene to do. This is why I wanted to do a game like this. Because I want to be able to comment about this. Because people say, oh, it's just a visual novel, Tiffy, why you get so worked up? It's not just a novel, it's part of culture. And as I've said before, it doesn't matter if it's an anime, a manga, a visual novel, a movie. What we allow to have happen in fiction gets into the minds of people, and they believe that that's okay in real life. It's not okay, and that's why I'm bothering to critique it. Because they had a choice they could have made there that was different. The minute she told him to stop, he should have stopped. He should have unhanded her wheelchair, and he didn't. I'm gonna catch up on chat. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. It's okay. Holly says, I mean, at least I do that much. Yes, well, I would hope you're doing that much. Because no matter what other things are going on, there is no excuse for anyone to prevent anyone else. Particularly like with Awie's mother, where he's like, I want you to take good care of her. I don't think that's taking good care of her. I don't think it's good caretaking to take control over someone's assist device and say, I'm not going to take you to go get food or water because you deserve that. You deserve to go hungry. That's not what a caretaker does. And I better not see anyone justifying that. And, Collie, you're right, bringing up jokes and being like, oh, it's just a joke, don't take it personally. No, it's the same thing. And Wolf says, I also had dealt with people who discriminate people with disabilities, and because I too have a disability, I'm so sorry to hear that you've dealt with that. But I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're in my chat, and I'm glad that you're hanging around because this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. I want other people with disabilities, whatever those are, I want them to know there is some little Tiefy somewhere letting people know that this is going on and talking about this kind of stuff even if I'm playing a game. Because I'm not playing around with this. The fact that people with disabilities get ignored or they are not seen, this is why a lot of this mistreatment happens, because we don't have the visibility. Or people want to pretend like it doesn't happen. And I'm sorry, but it does. And you are lucky if you have been a person with a disability and you have never experienced an able-bodied person misusing their ability status over you. You are fortunate if you have never experienced that, which many people with disabilities, including myself, are not that fortunate. And Kali says, too much visible things in culture that are at the expense of people with disabilities create a mindset in others that it's okay to do. Correct. Or that anything we try to do is laughable. Which is why when we do get representation, it's not treated seriously enough. Seriously enough. I went back to the dormitory and someone called out to me when I was at the gate.
Aoi.
Tatsuya. Who is this guy? And that needs to be overturned with positive media. So, yeah, honestly, I think that people should not be discriminated because they have a disability. I honestly don't really let it define me and what I can do either, exactly. And we're all free to define or not define what that disability is, but I choose to embrace mine proudly and openly because I refuse to allow other people to use it against me. Collie says, thank you, Tiffy, for being around. Thank you, Collie, for being here to help me. Thank you for being a good support bard and a good partner. Anshan, oh boy. Okay, this is the guy we were talking about earlier. How can you recognize him and not other people? My level of enthusiasm went up by 500%. And we are not going to address anything with Kotori, are we? Standing there was my bro, Anshan. I was thinking about going to see you tomorrow or someone. Alright.
お前に早く会いたくて仕事抜けてきちまった。
I skipped work to come here.
久しぶりだな、葵。
It's been a long time, Aoi. Yeah, never mind that I just let a girl with a disability that I'm supposedly really keen on taking care of. Never mind that I let her starve. He ruffles my hair. Hey, stop that, will ya? No, I don't think he should stop. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to Kotori, so why should he stop? Completely ignoring my attempts to resist, he gives me a noogie, grinding my hair around and around. Serves you right. This is Tatsuya Igarashi. Is there a way to fast click? I can see what auto does. You want me to see what it does? He's a childhood friend of Ageha and mine, and is like a big brother to us. He's much older than us, but we used to play together a lot as kids. Okay, so you want me to just skip?
悪い。昔を思い出してついな。おいおい、それ褒め言葉じゃないぞ。そうさ。
Okay.
人は人ところに停滞してちゃいけない。変わって
People
いくもん
can
だ。
change, you know? What Anchan says is true, but to me, I'd rather he stays the same as he is now, blah blah. As I think about that, he has a kind look on his face.
もういいのか。
Is your leg okay now? Oh, what? So we're gonna make this okay because he's like us. He's got some leg problems, which we didn't know about earlier, but you think that's gonna get you a pass? Yeah, well, enough for everyday life.
大変だったな。
I see. It must have been tough. It's no big deal. I can have a normal life like this. And that's the key, isn't it? The reason why people don't like other people with disabilities is because, well, if the disability is too severe, your chance at a normal life doesn't exist. On top of that, I had you there to watch me in the race where I tried the hardest. What? I agree, Collie. I don't know.
あれはいいレースだったな。
That was a good race. You
表
looked
彰
pretty
台に乗ったお
cool.
前、かっこよかったぞ。
I came in third though. Yeah. Oh, I'm a piece of crap now. In the final race of the first grade, I was able to take the third place spot on the. I don't care.
3位でも立派だ。
It's still amazing. Yeah. Because of Anchan's kindness, I felt a little tearful. Wasn't that nice for you?
今はここの寮母をやってるん
So
だって
now
な。
you're the dorm mother of this place, huh?
飛び
Yeah.
魚そうか。
That brings back
懐かしいな。
memories. We used to play here a lot. We would come sneaking in and again. You hung out here a lot. And yet you couldn't find your way here. And we're just gonna ignore the whole violation that happened.
ああ、そうだったな。
Really?
ところで、あの子もここの寮生か？
Yeah. That girl, who? You mean Kotori? Okay, so let me read what Colleen says here. Okay, so let me get this straight. A guy with a probable broken leg thinks wrongly they have the right to push a girl in a chair around. Stated in plain words against her wishes. Sorry, but this guy seems sexist and ableist. Yeah, this guy needs to be yeeted into space. Yeah, he needs to be hexed by the goddess and taken down to meet her. Where she should give him a very slow introduction to what just is gonna happen to a man who does what he just did with Kotori. Someone was hiding in the shadows. Kotori. So are you gonna move? I don't know, Owie. Could it be because you freaking violated her personal space and her command to you to stop? Could it be that she no longer feels safe to talk with you because she thinks that you're just gonna do whatever you want? And yeah, she is a queen and she deserves to be treated like one.
こんにちは、お嬢さん。
Hello there, Missy.
こんにちは。
Hello. Kotori was still being cautious but returned the greeting. Then we got out of her way, then went into her composed mode and entered the dormitory. Wow. Okay.
あの子、ここの子だったのか。
So that girl lives here, huh? You know her?
ああ、時々街で見
Yeah,
かけ
I've
る。
seen her in the town from time to time.
うちの工場の近くにでかい犬がいるだろ
Oh,
う。
the Ojo-san. Yes. There's a big dog near my factory, you know. Pedigree? What does it matter? I like St. Bernards.
昨日はペディグリーの近くをうろうろしてたな。
Oh, the name is Pedigree, I guess. Alright. You know what? Kotori needs a big dog like a St. Bernard. So that the next time you think you can just move her chair, that dog's gonna have something to say about it. Was she by any chance trying to stroke his head? Yeah, I imagine. If she's anything like me, she would want to pet that dog forever. They are awesome doggos. I bet they are. I have not had the privilege of being around one, but they are amazing.
ああ、そんな感じだった。食い
Yeah,
物をあ
that's
げ
what
たり
it
してたん
looked
だ
like.
が、
She was giving him
飼い
food,
主の餌以
but
外
that
食べない
dog
から
only
な。
eats food from his owner. Hello, Carrot. Thank you for joining me. I've been going for a little while. You missed quite the interesting evening. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to go. It seems like we might be going to the end of a chapter. But I am doing well. I'm feeling much better after taking a bit of time to relax and recuperate. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Busy day, but glad to still see you live. Aw, that's so sweet, Carrot. Thank you. I hope your busy day was a productive one, and repairs at home are always good. It's good to make sure things are in working order. I bet you feel very accomplished, but you should definitely take it easy now and recuperate your own energy. I'm sure that was a lot of effort. As I thought. That was in the things I want to do list. The bucket list. Stroke the head of the big dog in the neighborhood. It's really scary, but it might be unexpectedly friendly. If possible, I'd like to ride around on its back. Yay! Just like me and White Fang, yes. I don't blame her. It's amazing. When I got to ride around on that sweet winter wolf, it was amazing. Not much could replace my disc, but I would not trade that memory for all the gold in my kingdom. Whoa, one, no. So she was skipping school to go and do things like that. Yes, and what is your problem with that? Have you ever stopped to consider that she might have more going on? Oh no, wait. Because you're also the same guy who doesn't understand how flight works, even after a whole hour lecture, and furthermore, thinks that you get to make a decision on what this woman does with her body and when she eats and drinks, and what she deserves or not. Okay, good to know. Yep, taking a break, gonna order a second lunch. Ooh, sounds good. And Colin says, you missed quite the story. Tiffy told if you watch the VOD, it will be around that mark. Yes. Also, there was quite an incident that compelled me to tell a story of that nature. So maybe you will find that interesting. Well, I'll forget about her for now. Well, that's nice that you can just decide you're gonna forget about her.
とにかく
Anyway, welcome
Aoi.
back. It's good to be back. I seemed a little embarrassed as I answered,
困ったことがあったら遠慮
if
な
you
くちょ
have
うだい
any problems,
俺はお
don't
前らの
hesitate
あんちゃんなんだから
to
な
ask. I'm your big bro, right? She is independent queen and should be respected. Exactly. Okay, so he just showed up to say hi, and that's pretty much it. Oh, that's right. Hey, I need to ask you about this piece of equipment that I need repaired that I care more about than Kotori. Let's go. Oh, no. Let's not forget about me. Hell no. 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 Let's not do that.
Hmm?
I know this is a bit soon, but I have a favor to ask. Okay, of course, parts, blah. Memo with the dimensions and all that written down, blah, blah. Okay. I need some parts the same as these. Would you be able to get one? They run a factory, of course they do. It's known around town as the town factory. It seems that they manufacture special order parts. Why did Amane not know this? She lives here, right? Or around? Oh well, it might not be in the same city, but whatever. Okay. Wolf says, ew, you're nothing to me, guy. I agree. Oh man. If he can't do it, he might be able to use his connections, blah blah. I'm getting indigestion. Okay, see, it hurts to just say that. And this visual novel has these two as the main. Oh, mega oof, I agree. I'm still gonna finish it though. He might be able to use his connections with other engineers to introduce me to other factories. Okay, so we're gonna go above and beyond for this chick that we're gonna willingly feed a bunch of food to. Whatever. He looks at the broken parts and the memo.
ダイヤフラムか
Yeah,
あ
okay.
いいぞ手に入ったら連絡する
I'll contact you once I get my hands on it. Thanks.
いいって。
No problem, bruh. He turned to leave. Alright. Okay, so we're in his room now? Alright. Well, I see where this guy's priorities are. Oh boy. Alright. You're able to be in a good mood, huh? Okay. That looks like an expensive bike. Your chair is probably more expensive and more worth the money than that hunk of junk. Before I realized Kotori was next to me. Are you gonna offer her any food or what? She's allowed to be here. Nice bike, dude. Can I steal it? Go ahead. Go ahead. I came in here with you. Didn't you realize? No, he's a dumbass. Also, Kotori, you should be ordering him to cook you a special food item. He should be going out and buying you whatever kind of flipping ice cream you want. Or whatever kind of food you want. I would be fainting right off my disc right now. I probably also would have gotten the school involved and would have been like, hey, so this guy named Aoi, he like pushed me back to the classroom against my will before I could get any lunch. The cops need to be called and I need to be given a free lunch. That's what should have happened. If she's wealthy enough, she should have freaking done that. Of course he hadn't realized. Yes. Burger with fries and a milkshake. Please, and make it snappy. Yes. This bike shop cook dorm mother needs the maid outfit. Stat. Yes. And he needs to realize he is not Kotori's guardian. And he's not even her equal. Do you want some? I bet she wants something. Are you gonna get her some food? Hey, mage. Good to see you. You're kind of catching me at what is probably the tail end of this chapter, but it's really good to see you. Hope you are doing well. Without answering my question, Kotori opened a drawer in the desk. In here. Maybe not. Oh, she's looking for her letter of resignation. Oh, he's gonna be a giant, problem, isn't he? Let me guess. Let me use a little bit of my premonitive skills here. She's gonna be looking for that letter of resignation from the academic stuff. He is probably going to be a gigantic jerk. And he's gonna be here and he's gonna let her know, yeah, I have it. And she's gonna be like, give it back. And he's gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna let you drop out. And stuff. Oh boy. How about in here? I'm kind of hungry now, LOL, but it's too late for me to eat. I feel the same way. I'm kind of hungry now too, but I probably shouldn't eat at this late at night. It's making me hungry, I know. And the fact that she didn't get to eat anything just makes it worse. How about in here? It looks like she's searching for something. Really, genius?
お菓子絶対持ってるはずなのに。
I thought for sure you'd have it. Aha, so she's smart. This guy makes the Ranma Akane ship look productive indeed. And she would also be capable of decking him on his butt if he tried to refuse her the right to access food. There was nothing that I didn't want her to see, so I was unfazed when I questioned her. Really? Alright then. What are you doing?
探し物よ。
Looking
見て
for
わかるでしょ
something. You can see that, can't you? I know, but shouldn't you at least get the consent of the owner of the Uh-huh. Listen, mister, do not talk to me about consent over your space and your objects. Do not talk to me about that when you will move Kozori's chair against her will when she is commanding you to stop. She can turn your room the flip upside down. No. We don't do that here. Okay, Mage says, hate to say hi and go, but it's 7 a.m. and I have work to be getting to. That is totally fine. You go do what you need to do. I just adore that you were even able to be here for a few minutes. It means a lot. It really does.
あなたこそ早く返しなさいよ。持ってるの分かってるのよ。
What about you? Give it back now. I know you've got it. Also, address him touching your chair, would you? Oh my goddess. I got what? Got what? Really? Okay, we're gonna do that.
だから。
It's. Just say it. Apparently, she was looking for the withdrawal notice I had picked up. You think? I don't know what you're looking for, but I don't think it's in here. Liar! He did what? Yeah, so long story short, it's during lunchtime, and basically through some extenuating circumstances, he brought an extra lunch for Kotori. He gave it to some other girl instead because Kotori left briefly because she didn't like the way she was being treated. So in that moment, he decided, well, she doesn't deserve the extra one I brought for her, so I'm gonna give it to this other girl. And then when it's time to go because lunch is over, he just ups and grabs her chair and starts pushing her back toward the classroom. This is after she's told him, no, please stop, don't touch the chair, don't push me around. I'm hungry and I need to go eat. He basically says, I don't care. You reap what you sow. And so he forcibly pushes her back to the classroom without any food or water. That's what he did. And so far the novel has not addressed this.
言い方が怪しい。 絶対持ってるに違いないんだから。
Well, he doesn't just sound suspicious, he is. And she is correct. Excuse you! Excuse you! Exactly. Don't touch my no-no square, dude. Yeah. I worked in an airport and we were taught among the big no-nos for handling passengers' personal wheelchairs. Yes. You are taught to ask for consent, which he did not ask for, and moreover, he was taking the moral high ground and basically treating it like because she had some sort of attitude problem that he had decided that he needed to have a problem with, he was just going to restrict her access to food. And now he's acting like a big pile of dragon shit right now because he's now treating her like she's not saying anything.
別に
Run him over. Of course she's gonna quit searching because you're being unbelievable. She's not leaving the room and continues looking around the room.
私、男の子の部屋に入るなんて初めて。
I don't care, okay? It's the room of this guy who does not even deserve to be called anything resembling a man. He is an amoeba. Get over it. And go start demanding some food. Look, there's a pot back there. You could have him cook you something in it. I feel like the game scribes want us, the player, to avoid being like Aoi. Be better for the housemates. Yes. I would like to believe that's the case, but even so, we need to seriously kind of address this the way I've been addressing it through the cast here. Because even though I think Aoi is supposed to represent what you're not supposed to be, I think it's kind of a really raw deal that they're positioning him as like the ultimate guy. And the main character, and he's just not worthy of that amount of respect. Like, yeah. As Collie says, it's painful to watch for a number of reasons. When he's not doing things like that, he's being things.
結構片付いてるのね。
It's pretty tidy,
もっ
isn't
と
it?
ゴミためみたいなの想像してた。
There's to be trash everywhere. Why? Because he is trash? And I don't really care for this conversation. Are we going to address what happened or not? Why are you asking this now? Oh, do not do what I think you're doing, novel. I see what you're doing. You're trying to be like, but it's okay. It's okay that he disregards her wants and desires. It's okay because guess what? He's like her, so it absolves everything that's wrong with that. Not really a good time, game. Oh, yeah, no, you're gonna panic about being asked so directly? Alright. It's no big deal. Okay. Of course she was listening. She has ears, you know. Just because she's in a wheelchair doesn't mean she can't hear you. I just had a bit of an injury, but look, it's fine now. You don't need to demonstrate it to her, you really don't, okay?
転校してきたのはその怪我のせいなの？
Is the injury the reason why you changed schools? It's fine, really. Why do you ask?
別になんとなく。
I just felt like it. There's no need for you to worry about it. You know what? There is no reason for her to worry about you. Oh no. Oh man. College says things like this are liable to make TV flip you onto right. Kinda, sorta, but I promise I'm not gonna get like that without a purpose. But yes, I don't like seeing these things. This is exactly why I want to do the kind of content that I am doing. Because believe it or not, there are people out there who would see nothing wrong with this relationship. There are people that would look at this section of the visual novel and be like, oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute and responsible that he took her back to the classroom like what should have been done? Isn't he so nice and responsible? Isn't he just the greatest? I'm not joking when I say that there are people who are going to go through that part and see no issue with that.
誰が心配なんてしたのよ。してません。
She's
1 ミ
not
リたりと
worried,
もしてません。
and I don't care if she's being defensive. He is not worth worrying about.
じゃあね。時間
See you
がもらえる
later.
と？
That was a waste of time. Also, food. Alright, so she goes back to her room. Why? You're going again tomorrow, aren't you? Priorities. To the garage at lunch.
いい。
I'm not going. Is what it felt like she was going to say.
行くわよ。
I am going. Yo! Welcome. I'm glad. Thank you so much for the follow and thank you for joining me. I've been playing this for a little bit. I might stop soon. But it just depends on when this quote-unquote chapter is done. I just got interested in playing this because disability and disability representation as a VTuber and content creator with a disability, that is of immense interest to me. So that is one of my big reasons for playing through this visual novel, is not just to experience it, but to really analyze the way that disability is represented and the way it is discussed and the way that it's framed. Not just as a visual novel, but as a part of culture and the way that people without disabilities are encouraged to engage with people like us or not. So, I am glad that you're with me and I hope you enjoy hanging out with me. I hope that this will be a good experience. And I'm glad you're okay with kind of my approach, because I know that there are some people who, don't always react favorably to having so much emphasis on disabilities and some of these issues, but I'm very happy to have found people that seem to value my take on things so far. So I hope you get comfy and that you enjoy your time with me. That's the most important thing. She answered and panicked as she left my room. The alley guy can get launched by a catapult. Yeah, there are some things that I mean, I know that he's the protagonist and such, but there are some things about the way that he behaves toward Kotori, that I just don't really like. Yes, I'm glad that you appreciate that. I'm glad that you find that interesting. That's what I really enjoy doing, and I love finding people who are interested in looking at that lens that I'm able to provide. Now, I'm not the one and only expert on disability issues, but I like the fact that being on Twitch and doing media like this allows me the opportunity to discuss and bring up some of my observations while still creating a good time for everyone as much as possible. And Kali says the story could really use some editing, and some of the character isms are just shaking my head. Yes, that too. Looks like I should make 3 lunch boxes this time. Yes, and you should let her flipping eat her lunch. In fact, you should have given up your lunchbox. You should have gone without food. Okay, so it is the end of the chapter. I do kind of want to stop this cast here because it is what I typically do. But I also know that I've had a couple of you lovely lords and ladies join me just recently. So I can go a little bit longer, but it is going to mean that I'm going to probably stop midway. So what would you lords and ladies like? I can do a little bit more, or I can cut it off here. I know I've been going for a couple hours, but I also want to make it a little more worth it for the awesome people who just showed up. Okay, that's fine. I gotta go to bed. Alrighty. Well, then I think I will end my cast here. Then, I'm not sure if it just auto-saved or if I need to save myself, but I'm going to save right here. And so that should be good. I would like to rest just because I know that once I start the next chapter, I'm gonna be going for another 5 hours probably. But here's what I am planning to do since March is Cerebral Palsy Awareness Month, which, for those of you who don't know, is the main disability I do have. I am planning to streamcast more of this game more regularly through this month because of the disability focus. So, I would be willing to do more of this game sooner than I normally would because of that. So, I might even do another one tomorrow or the next day at minimum, because I'm sure there's a lot more story to get through. And this is very low impact in terms of demand from the actual game, but I do make up for it in what I get to talk about. But it is a nice low impact thing, which I like. So with that being said, I hope that all of you lords and ladies will want to join me the next time that I will be casting this. And also, I don't know if you are on Twitter, Zach, but you could follow me there as well, where I also will post updates for things to do with when I'm gonna get on Twitch and do various things. So glad to hear you again, TV. Thank you, Carrot. That really means a lot. Ooh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Collie. You're being sweet and generous, as always. And Carrot says, fun as always hanging out here. I'm so glad. It makes my night when everyone has such a good time. Yeah, Collie's pretty awesome. Okay, so with that in mind, so I did just save, so we should be good on that.
データを上書き
Yeah, I'm gonna overwrite it just to make sure. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I'm going to
ゲームを終了しますもん。
quit this here. Thank you, Collie, for doing that. I'm glad you had fun, Wolf. That really means a lot. I'm gonna go ahead and end the game and get back to my library. Whoa, okay. Get back to my library, and so from here I need to see if there is anyone that I can raid before I get off for the evening and put my scribble away. So let me quickly check that. And then, as always, Collie, if you don't mind helping do those commands for the raid, that would be... Whoa, okay, that would be helpful. For me, let me just get on what I need to get on. Okay. We have Rampaging Asian, who is on. We have Zanusha, who is on. Oh, I really want to raid Zeno. I think that would be very nice for them. I also want to do Rampaging Asian, but I think it would be really nice to do that for Zeno. I know that they've been having a bit of a time of it lately, so maybe let's go do them. Collie, you got that handled? And I'm hoping that I didn't just freeze up, but I might have there. We'll see. Okay, so we're raiding Zenosha. Let's go send them some love, rar.